Okay. So can we have a roll call of members present? Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. Announcements out of closed session?
President Rhodes, do you want to start with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Okay. No. Calling back to order. Pledge of allegiance. Thank you very much.
Please stand. Ready? Salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. And tell me when.
Member McGurk?
Member Girk, announcements? No, I would like to. I'm trying to get closed session out of the way, I guess.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety. It will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affair channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communication, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Saturday, February 4th at 1 p.m. and Sunday, February 5th at 1 p.m. It will also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14 YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representatives, along with any handouts you may have prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comments that are not to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we'll ask you to please defer your comments until the item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phone or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you so much. We'll go to item 4.3, Stellar Student by member Kayada.
Okay, is it Anna or Anna? Anna, can you please come up to the podium? Okay, so today we are recognizing Anna Paez Six. She goes by Six. Six is currently a senior and a new student at John F. Kennedy High School. She enjoys playing sports, especially tennis, as well as playing musical instruments. When unwinding, she enjoys catching up on reading, watching soccer, as well as the occasional movie. In the future, Six is going to be the best actress in the world. That's what some of her teachers have said as follows. Damian Harmony, Latin and U.S. history teacher at Kennedy, said, "She came to my class late in the semester and immediately adapted to how we do things. She has shown nothing but the best efforts and a willingness to learn from mistakes and successes equally. She approaches the work with maturity that few do and a humility that enables her to squeeze the most out of every lesson." According to school counselor Angela Avalar, "All I have to add is in addition to being a very academically motivated and hardworking, she has been working hard on college applications and plans to study theater acting. She is really well-rounded. She plays tennis, soccer, etc. I would also say she doesn't give up when things are hard. For example, we ran into a lot of trouble trying to complete her application to UCLA with her international transcripts. She never got frustrated or gave up. She pushed through and successfully applied." So does that mean you're going to UCLA? As a Bruin, I will encourage you to go there. It's amazing. Vincent Macento, a social science teacher, added, "Anna is in my first period. She is really a good student, always has a good attitude, and works well in groups to complete tasks. She is always willing to help her classmates. She also participated in our World Cup bracket contest, and although she didn't win, she chose Brazil as a proud Braziliana." James Lamb, CSF, Fish, and AAPI advisor, said, "Anna is in my sixth period. She is an exceptional example of what a student should be. She is so polite and positive. She always comes to my class early, and it has been wonderful to talk to her for a couple of minutes each day about how she is enjoying things here and how they compare to back home. And according to Kelsey Riley, AP Bio teacher, she is truly stellar. Her work ethic in AP Bio has been so outstanding, and I am so inspired every day by her perseverance and the growth she's shown this semester." We have a certificate for you, but before that, if you'd like to say anything, you're welcome to do so.
I just wanted to thank my teacher and my counselor for those words and for receiving me really well at Kennedy this year and for all the support I have receiving so far. And I'm really glad to be here today, and that's it.
Okay, and board. Okay.
Good evening, President Rhodes. There are two announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2022-110488 by a vote of 7-0. Second, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2022-120141 by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Ann. Now going to agenda adoption. Superintendent, if you can. See if we have a second. Roll call, please. All in favor? Aye. It's beautiful to hear people's names, though, Ann. Anyway, okay. Now going to public comment. Do we have any public comment on items that are not agendized?
Yes, there are 7.
Okay. Could you please call names?
The first person, Olivia Minor.
Hello, Ms. Minor.
Olivia Minor, you guys saw me last time. I'm here because as a dispatcher.
Is it on?
And I am here because I want to feel successful with my job. I want to do my job efficiently, and I am asking you to give me the tools to be able to do that. As a dispatcher, I have to coordinate and schedule routes. It's a very hard job when I don't have enough bus drivers to help me. It's a very hard job to actually have to raise a phone and call a parent and say, and explain to them why their child's going to have transportation within the next 2 hours and why they have to wait at their house for 2 hours because I don't have enough bus drivers to take them into school. It is embarrassing to have to call the school at 1:30 in the afternoon and say, can you please hold on to the children until I can get a bus out there? I want to be successful in my job. And this is coming from a really good place. I want transportation to thrive. I want my drivers that work for us to feel proud to work for Sac City. I want this department to be a successful department. And I know you guys can help me do that. I'm asking for help. I want to be successful in being a successful dispatcher and scheduler. I know that you guys are working on it, but I do. I want to see, and I want you to feel the urge of the problem. So that is what I'm here for. I'm in support of bus drivers. I want them to be able to keep on working for this department. It is an urgency that this gets resolved. You might not understand it, but it's really hard to have to get up at 5:30, or not have to be, or get up at 5:30, but be at work at 5:30 and leave at 5:30 every day. It's a long day. It's a 12-hour shift, and I know it's a split shift, and I knew that they chose this job, but they have a passion to take these kids there. So please help me fulfill my job and help me be successful in what I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Minor. person.
Next is Shanna Just. Yielding their time to Just is Jerry Cotton, Philip Taylor, and Stacy Willett for a total of 8 minutes.
Miss Just, how are you today?
I'm doing great, and I'm hoping I do not take 8 minutes. That is not my plan.
You're totally fine. Take the time you need.
All right. So again, I'm Shanna Just. I'm a teacher at Luther Burbank, but I'm also a community member of Luther Burbank, right? So I live in the neighborhood, have lived in the neighborhood for quite a while, and I've taught at Burbank for this 12 years now, and I taught at Hiram Johnson for 20 years before that, and lived in the Hiram Johnson community. So I'm here today, again, to talk about the Community Schools Grant. I'm advocating for all 6 schools that were awarded Community Schools Implementation Grants. So for those of you that don't know, it is Hiram Johnson and its feeder schools, Wilsey Wood and Fern Bacon, and then Burbank and its feeder schools, which includes also Fern Bacon, plus Rosa Parks and John Still. So they were awarded 5-year implementation grants. And since I was last here, December 15th, a couple of things have happened. And I don't know if it could be just a coincidence, the fact that I was here on December 15th, but since that time, the Student Support Center coordinators at those 6 schools were, how do I put this delicately, were told that they needed to present to their faculty meetings, to their faculties, to kind of give an update on things that have happened in the past and moving forward around the grant. Except when it came time to ask questions, they actually didn't have any answers, which again is not their fault because they're not community schools coordinators. They're student support center coordinators. Their official job title actually, as listed even on the district's community schools grant page, is mental health coordinator / specialist 2. Their specialty is mental health. Their specialty is not community schools. They weren't hired to be community schools coordinators, and so they don't know what community schools are beyond that one pillar, which is the integrated student supports. Right? So they don't know anything about it. So they're being asked really to do 2 jobs. The job they were hired to do, which was Student Support Center Coordinator, and then now this second job, both of which are full-time jobs. Right? And they have no expertise in that second job they're being asked to do. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the district has created a community schools website, which has information and which, if you don't know the details of what the grant requires, looks like the district is meeting the requirements of the grant. But there's a couple of tells. One, it says that at all the community schools, the funding is being used this way. So that's red flag number 1. If it's a community school, the school decides what its needs are and how it's going to spend the funds, which means every school wouldn't look the same. So you wouldn't spend the money the same way at every single school. Beyond each school having a community schools coordinator, which is spelled out in the trailer bill language. Right? 2, where it says 1 FTE community schools coordinator, in parentheses, it clearly says mental health coordinator specialist 2. Again, focus on only one of the 4 pillars of the community schools. And I don't need to tell you that there's a reason that buildings have 4 pillars, at least, to support. Because if you don't have 4 pillars to stand on, the building collapses. And the same thing is true with community schools. There's a reason 4 pillars exist. Because all 4 pillars have to be in place for a community school to function and to truly be a community school. And it is not where people at central office are determining how the money gets spent, which is exactly what has happened and is what is spelled out in the district's own website. But the other thing besides that is one of the conditions for the grant was the district had to state that these schools had portions of community schools already in place. And those portions that were in the grant application that said were already in place were these student support centers, right? So in the grant application, it was asserted they already had those structures in place. And the grant language is very specific in the trailer bill, SB 181. And I'm going to read it to you. And it's spelled out in here. So this is page 65 of the trailer bill, lines 23 to 25. Implementation grants under paragraph 1, and those monies shall supplement, not supplant, existing services and funds. And that is so important that it's spelled out 2 more times in the same bill. Lower on page 65, lines 36 through 39, and again on page 67, lines 1 through 4. So this idea of this money being used to supplement, not supplant, was so important it was put in the bill 3 different times. Yet that is exactly what the district is doing with these funds. Because these positions, that are spelled out here, the Student Support Center Coordinator, school nurse, youth and family mental health advocate, at high schools, half-time youth and family mental health advocate at middle schools and K-8s, all existed prior to the awarding of this grant, which means it is prohibited by law to spend this money that way. You cannot spend them on positions that already existed. These are for new services provided to students and families. So as the result of that, here's what's happening. At Johnson and Burbank, that means the school community is being deprived of $400,000 a year to provide additional support services for our students and our families. At the middle schools and the K-8 schools, so that's Fern Bacon, Rosa Parks, Wilsey Wood, and John Still, based on their enrollment, that's $300,000 a year that they're being deprived of to provide additional supports for students and families. So again, I encourage the board and the district to implement the law as intended, and the law was intended to provide additional supports for those schools and communities, and to actually do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jess. Next speaker,
Next, we have Audria Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Audria Johnson, and I'm the Executive Director of Growth Public Schools, a K-8 charter school authorized by SES USD, and we're located in the Rosemont community in Sacramento. I wanted to give a comment tonight to both introduce myself to you all as the board and superintendent as well as to invite you all to our school for an amazing Black History Month celebration. It's my pleasure to be here tonight, and thank you for having me, President Rhodes, and board members, superintendent, and district staff. I'd like to congratulate President Rhodes, First Vice President Phillips, and Second Vice President Singh on your recent selection to leadership positions on this board. In addition, congratulations to the newest members of the board as well. Member Villa, or Villa, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, Villa, we haven't met yet, but I look forward to working with you as well. And last, I'd like to thank Member Pritchett for your support of our school and families over the years, as well as for your multiple years of service and a leadership role here on this board. Finally, thank you to Superintendent Aguilar for having me here tonight, and I look forward to working with you and your staff as our school comes up for charter renewal next year. As I mentioned, I wanted to make sure I had a chance to just introduce myself as the leader and face of one of the charter schools that's serving kids and families in your district. We have an amazing school, incredible students and families, and we would love for you all to join us at our Black History Month celebration later this month at our school. I believe this will be a great opportunity for you to get to know us. We'll be hosting a spoken word and art reception, and it'll be on Friday, February 17th at 3:30 to 5:30 at our school. During the event, you'll get to hear poetry and other forms of spoken word from members of our school community, as well as get to tour. We have a school-wide art installation. That's our take on the Black History Month timeline. Our kids and families have put a whole lot of work in, and we'd love for you to see it. So I have some invitations that I will leave for you to take. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Deborah Wilson.
Ms. Wilson. Good evening, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson, can you turn it off?
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there. I have grandchildren there, and I'm having a real issue. I've been to the school several times. I've come here to the school board, and now I'm here tonight. My children are being bullied, and when they retaliate, then they get kicked out of the school. But if you are white, you're not getting kicked out. You get to stay. And your kids get to be told that they are worthless and they're never going to be anything in life. And this is how we run our schools. And then they wonder why we're having so many problems in the streets with these kids. I understand a lot of things begin at home. But what's going on in the school system, it is not right at all. And something needs to be done. I'm not the only person, but Black and brown people in this school are being very mistreated. And if your grandmother works at the school, no, you won't get suspended, but you can fight and get away with it. I don't work for the school system, but I am at the school all the time because I worry about what happens to our kids. It's not just my children, it's others out there. But if I have to speak for us all, I'll do that because I don't have a problem with it. I want them all to succeed. I don't want to see another child shot or another school shot up because you go and speak and tell them what's going on and nothing happens. And I think there's something that should be done about it.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Next speaker is Tasha Dillard.
I hope I heard Ms. Dillard.
Tasha Dillard.
Ms. Dillard,
Yes.
go ahead.
Well, I have two children. Both of them are in special needs. And since joining Sacramento Unified School District, it has been very hard for me to get back into the workforce. I have a child who goes to Rosemont. Since going there, she has been suicidal. I feel like Mr. Babby there is very helpful, but as far as the other teachers, she has also had a teacher tell her that she won't amount to anything, and this is after her suicide attempt. I have a son who goes to Sam Brennan Middle School, and unfortunately, I was told a day before his teacher was leaving, Miss Valdez. So now my son is at school with a substitute, and I don't know if the substitute is qualified. And then also piggybacking on transport, something needs to be done with that. Really special needs as a whole. I don't feel like the special needs department, these kids that really need the help, all of them need help, but these special needs kids need to be nurtured a little bit more because of what they're going through, on top of all these things that the kids are already going through with social media and all of that. Transport, I have to take my son from Folsom and Howe all the way to Fruit Ridge off of the 5 to Sam Brennan for my son to go to that school. So yes, he is late a lot, and that is because transport was trying to pick him up at 5:30 in the morning. My son was not getting to school till 9 a.m. That's a problem. Then he's sleeping in class. So I don't know if I'm addressing everything, but special education as a whole needs help. We need to make sure that these kids know that they are cared for, like as a whole, from transport to teachers. Why am I not knowing that my child isn't gonna have a teacher? He has no teacher. Like there's a substitute with these special needs kids. I've been in that class. I've seen a child get violent with Miss Valdez, and nothing's being done. The teachers need to be heard too, as well as us parents. So thank you, and I don't know what happens after this, but have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Okay, seeing that we have no more public comment, we're going to move to item 8.0, Employee Organizations Reports. Do we have SCTA in the house? Brother David, how are you this evening?
Good evening. David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teacher Association. So first, I'm going to start with some good news. As we heard from Sacramento County Office of Education, Nick Schweitzer, in December, the SCUSD budget is, quote, incredibly strong, end quote. Governor Newsom education budget for 2023-24 continues robust spending on education, which by the district's own estimates will result in an additional LCFF funding in 23-24 of $12.7 million, and in 24-25 of $10.5 million, over and above the increases that were detailed in the first interim budget. With a proposed COLA of 8.13%, which is an increase of 2.75% from the multi-year projections proposed last year, Newsom is calling for the second largest increase in education in local control funding formula was introduced in 2012-13. Now, we can predict, as we have heard from Scoey Schweitzer, and we anticipate hearing from the superintendent and business office later this evening, the district may describe this as 8.13 increase as flattening or decreasing in the amount of funding, but such claims are on their face ludicrous. The proposed COLA is 8.13% for next year. It will be 8.13% higher than it is today, period. Which brings us to some not so good news. It's no secret that there's been widespread dissatisfaction with the superintendent's leadership in this district. Not long ago, both certificated and classified staff voted by over 97% that they have no confidence in his leadership. The first time votes of no confidence had occurred in Sac City's history. A short time later, the administrators, represented by UP, also voted no confidence in his leadership. The dissatisfaction is also reflected in the alarming turnover of the district's top administrators. We are on our third chief business officer, our third chief academic officer. The chief continuous improvement officer remains unfilled, as does the in-house legal counsel, 2 LCAP coordinators, and there's been almost a complete turnover in the area instructional superintendents. Staffs can't even get paid on time. The IRS has put a lien on the district for its failure to make payments. The California Department of Education has cited the district for its failure to provide services to students with disabilities. The suspension rate of students of color remains among the highest in the state. The California Public Employment Relations Board has issued 21 complaints against the district since Mr. Aguilar became superintendent. That's the highest of any of the nearly 11,000 school districts in the state. Educators struck for one day in 2019, and the district's unlawful activity around the strike resulted in the strikers receiving approximately $500,000 in back pay because of the district's illegal actions. Last spring, together with classified staff in SEIU, we struck for 8 days after the superintendent, with the full support of the Sacramento County Office of Education, for over 48 months, misled our entire community that the district would plunge into insolvency if we didn't agree to his demands for a $10,000 cut in the average teacher's take-home pay through massive concessions in healthcare. Notably, after the contract settled with Educators Healthcare intact and with modest salary increases, not only did the district not go insolvent, but the district was able to absorb the $46.5 million penalty for the superintendent's decision to close the schools during the strike and still emerge, to quote Mr. Schweitzer, with a budget that is, quote, incredibly strong. So coming out of the strike, Mr. Aguilar and then School Board President Pritchett promised a new direction and recognized that the labor relations in the district were broken. They committed to improve communications, but like so many commitments, and even signed agreements from the superintendent, those promises to make changes were not followed through. So what does it mean to have a personal commitment from the superintendent or even a signed agreement? Not much. Let me give you some examples. In November 2017, Mr. Aguilar personally negotiated an agreement with us which agreed to a new, revised salary schedule that would help the district recruit and retain staff. When it came time to implement it, however, he backtracked on the agreement and then sued us when we tried to enforce our agreement. The case was laughed out of court, and we won a $14 million arbitration case, forcing the superintendent to implement the agreement that he had refused to honor. As mentioned earlier, in April 2019, Mr. Aguilar's backtracking on other aspects of our agreement led educators to strike for one day in a protest. Mr. Aguilar's to protest his unlawful actions. In 2018, Mr. Aguilar committed to work with us and the Black Pearl School Board to implement restorative practices. To this day, this still has not been implemented. He committed to work with us, Los Rios College, and Sacramento State University, beginning with DACA, Dreamer students, and then possibly other underrepresented communities, to develop a teacher development pipeline that would support the Sac City students who wanted to pursue a degree in education and then return to work in Sac City, thereby enhancing our ability to recruit and retain educators who reflect the diversity of our district. After 2 initial meetings, Mr. Aguilar never followed through, leaving the initiative to languish. In 2018, he signed an MOU with SCETA in which the district agreed to the following, quote, "The district agrees that it will not subcontract out SCETA bargaining unit work without prior notice to and written agreement of SCTA. In the event of an emergency, an agreement to subcontract will not be unreasonably denied," end quote. Earlier this year, we filed a grievance that is moving to arbitration after learning that the superintendent has subcontracted an estimated $15 million in SCTA bargaining unit work. At the Level 2 grievance meeting, the district's outside labor relations consultant, Pam Manuel, confirmed on the record that the district had violated the MOU. And tonight, the superintendent is attempting to subcontract an additional $300,000 in SCTA bargaining unit by slipping in through a contract on the consent agenda in direct violation of our agreement. Undoubtedly, they'll justify the actions that the failure to do so would result in the district's inability to provide services to students as required by law. In the past, when we've worked together with Special Education Director Hedegaard, we've met to explain why the district, as a last resort, needed to rely on outside contracts to ensure that students get the services they were entitled to, and we have agreed. But rather than meet and talk about the district's interests, Mr. Aguilar goes full steam ahead, top-down, non-collaborative, adversarial matter that has characterized his leadership since his tenure began. It doesn't end there. This spring, we signed 5 separate MOUs to settle the strike. We have another arbitration scheduled for next month about the district's failure to implement those MOUs. Included among those MOUs is the following, quote, "The parties will agree to resume negotiations on reopeners on or before December 1st, 2022, end quote. Not on or about, but on or before December 1st, 2022. The district currently has 126.75 certificated vacancies, leaving thousands of students without the services they require. And somehow, the superintendent has been allowed to drag his feet to begin these important negotiations, not to mention unlawfully refusing to engage on the community schools, like you've heard earlier from Ms. Just. Unfortunately, while the superintendent has dragged his feet, Dave Gordon and the staff leadership of SCOE have not hesitated to use the SCTA wage reopener as an opportunity to mislead the public about the status of Sac City's finances. In a recent letter, Mr. Gordon returned only a, quote, conditional approval of the SCUSD budget because, among other things, the agreements with SCTA and SCU, quote, allow for reopeners on salary for the 2022-2023 school year and beyond, and that the, quote, district currently has a policy to maintain reserves no less than 5% of total general fund expenditures, and the purported, quote, flat funding for K-12 education in the coming year, end quote. Now, it's been no secret that the Sacramento County Office of Education has provided abysmal oversight in its role as fiscal advisor since the district budget was first rejected in August 2018. SCOE has been there every step of the way through the grossly inaccurate budget projections that we detailed in our last meeting, and Dave Gordon and his staff continue to repeat the myth that the district has deficits spent when in fact it has run surpluses in each of the last 4 years and 12 out of the last 13. Unfortunately, Gordon's inappropriate efforts to intervene in the negotiations between the district and SCTA and SEIU has not led him to step in a matter where his oversight should occur. That's in the superintendent's contract. Gordon and staff have been supportive of Mr. Aguilar's increasingly lucrative contract over the same period of time that Gordon claimed the district was on the verge of insolvency. Since SCOE rejected the Sac City budget in 2018, Mr. Aguilar's salary alone has increased from $295,000 to $340,154, an increase of $45,000 or over 15%. Doesn't stop there. Let's look at Mr. Aguilar's compensation just since the 8-day strike in March and April. In April 2022, Mr. Aguilar's salary was $314,491. Since then, he received a 4% longevity increase, which raised his salary to $327,071. He then received another 4% salary increase, which raised his salary to a current $340,154. In addition, Mr. Aguilar received 2 separate 3% bonuses that paid him $9,812. The other paid him $9,480, and another bonus of $1,250. Also, for the first time ever, in addition to his CalPERS pension, the district contributes $20,500 to his 403B, the maximum allowable contribution by law. He also receives a car allowance of $4,800 per year and $9,000 at $750 per month for unspecified expenses for which no receipts are required. Since April 2022, therefore, Mr. Aguilar has received an additional $25,663 increase to his salary, $20,542 in one-time bonuses, and another $20,500 in the contribution of his 403B, $13,800 as car allowance and expenses. This totals $80,508 $80,505. $80,505, about 4 times higher than the average classified employee makes in a whole year. That's just since April. So where was Dave Gordon while all this was going on? Right there by the superintendent's side. Fortunately, in the last election, voters were very clear that they wanted our district to move in a new direction. We know a majority of this board is ready to provide that leadership, and we look forward to working with you to make Sacramento City the destination district in all of California. Thank you.
Next we have SEIU. Anyone from SEIU here today? Okay, let's go to TCS. Going once, going twice. All right. Teamsters or UPE. Okay, we'll move along. Item 8.2, any of our district advisory committees in the audience, Community Advisory Committee, District English Language Learner Committee, LCAP, Student Advisory Council, Student Advisory, it's all hold on to youth walkout. Was that the Student Advisory Council, folks? Okay, so we'll wait for them. Black African American Advisory Board. None. Can anyone check if that was a Student Advisory Council and if they're actually making a presentation today, so we don't move past their portion? Somebody's gonna go check. Till then, you have our faces. I apologize. No. Okay. So moving on to item 8.3, which is our student member, McGurk, who walked out with a whole bunch of students, so she went to the restroom. Okay, so we're gonna wait for member McGurk very quickly, so we don't pass her portion. Thank you for allowing us to wait for our student board member to come back. Could always remove, ask her. We're gonna get more. Okay, so our student board member is not here right now, so we will move student member McGurk's item to after our special presentation 9.1 on safety updates. So we'll move forward with our safety update with Mr. Lozada. Thank you very much. Oh. Wow. Wow.
Man, that must be the tie and the shirt combo working for me right there.
No, my brother, it was the glasses and it's Black History Month. That's
hey. I'm glad to be here. President Rhodes and the trustees. I know we spent some time and haven't had a chance to formally meet everybody, but congratulations on your new election. You know, the safety update comes with some heaviness. I'll just say myself and definitely our community members who work so hard with the reality of the killing of Tyree Nichols. You know, all of that stirs the triggering and the trauma and what goes on. I just want to acknowledge that before we get into this conversation. It's just a very difficult topic, especially when the conversation of safe schools and police involvement and being on our campuses and the political impact of that. It just all kind of comes together for those of us who have been working on this journey, and many of who have championed the effort to this point. And all highlighted still with the, the other concern on the other side of this is that, we're seeing our students come into school with firearms. And so just the ambivalence that creates, the reality of the need for an improved safety, and just to do the right thing as a district. So it's with honor that I'm here, and we have so many of our representatives of what we're going to talk about today with the Reimagined School Safety. Understanding that our guiding principle, that all students are given the equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options, but the honor in understanding that we have a system that's inequitable by design and that we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field, to provide opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness, which has already been highlighted by the public comment from our parent from Rosemont. So it's an honor to have come this far. The work and everything and the collaboration of our Reimagined School Safety Task Force. The resolution back in July 2020, we were directed to convene an ad hoc majority task force, provide the recommendations, evaluate the current school discipline and racist response, and recommend strategies for enhancing school safety. As you remember at that time, the board made the decision to terminate the services provided by Sacramento Police Department. And so we were on a journey. This is, I'm sitting here looking at this, and we went from August 15, 2020 through February 9, 2021, and we met every week with 20 or more community members. And, just looking at this list, we held true to what we were tasked with. And I was mentioning to Mr. White, how these conversations were so intense sometimes. What we were getting into and how our community members would show up every Tuesday at 3:30, to collaborate and to discuss topics, that continue to be difficult. So I want to uplift, our Reimagined School Safety Task Force members and our school site administrators who are working every day to keep our campuses safe. So that first phase, we just basically took what we had, which were the campus monitors, student supported services, and our security services. It was what we did that first year, how we got through last year, understanding that the parameters of our efforts were the funding challenges. We were having a conversation of, the conversation was about, not having enough in our budget. And so we had to kind of do what most of us do when we're going to create something. We got to look on our pantry and see what we have first, right? And then we figure out how to fill in the gaps. So the funding challenges, the fact that we needed, this plan, for something that was going to fill the void of really not having, how are we going to incorporate more of the responsibility so we don't rely on law enforcement so much? And the strategies that were respective of the concerns that were conveyed throughout the Reimagined School Safety Task Force period. I mean, the conversations and all of the concerns were considered in the way we moved forward. So for that first year, it was Director of Safe Schools, and we were just trying to do our best to manage the intervention and prevention and the operations side of things. And it was a good opportunity to have an assessment, to understand the need to improve protocols, training, right, and communication were some areas that we need to improve. The safety gaps, these were things that we didn't have solutions for at the time. Where we, through ed code and even through practice, where we relied heavily on the services of Sacramento Police Department, and what do you do when these situations arise, right? It was tasking. It took a commitment from our school site staff that with each scenario that came up, we had to figure out a way to keep our schools, our students safe, and also deal with the safety concerns. So this year, 22-23, you can see we added a component of community organizations. We developed our lead campus supervisors as part of our team. That was the emphasis that students wanted relationship resonated throughout that, the reimagine the convening of our task force. The student support services already are robust and have a great structure that we are collaborating with. And also we developed the position of safety officer. And so that is our kind of calling that phase 2. I have a thing on my desk that says, do what's necessary, then do what's possible, and then you're doing the impossible. And I think phase 2 is starting to show, really the untapped potential and the power in our school community, but and also the collaborations that we developed. So the positions, the district positions that we have is definitely, important because now we have resources, right? We built in a safety intervention response coordinator, Ms. Milicia Navarro. We have 5 safety officers, 10 lead campus supervisors, and 1 gang violence suppression specialist that, has been part of Safe Schools for a number of years now through a grant. Our overarching goals, safety of students and staff, obviously. I have a little bit of data here about our ability, some of the training we're able to have accomplished up to this point, and the projections for Crisis Prevention Institute verbal and training that is going district-wide, thanks to the collaboration with our special education department. And we have a couple officers that are certified facilitators as well. And ultimately contribute to a positive school climate and learning environment. Understanding how important that is to safety. We've improved the capacity and ability now to support school sites in a lot of different areas. Community organizations that are on board, we have the best in the city, on our team. Understanding the relationship and the value to collaborate with law enforcement when it's necessary. And we have done that, and also incorporated a data component to where we can actually capture what we're doing and what this approach really is about in the end. And I have to give all of that to Milicia, was perfect to bring into this spot because she loves working in boxes. So, our safety intervention and response coordinator, the emphasis is to tackle the very concerns and the intention of that resolution. So we have lead campus supervisors who case manage our most volatile students and work to we use the word often, the wrap services, but really to just meet the needs and the emotional needs of our students. We know that relationship is key. And, with as many students that we have, and I always use kind of the Kennedy High School population, 2,000, 2,100 students. And when you only have 5 campus monitors, when our students have internal conflict or external conflict, we can see why they're calling home and other places to get help. So we wanted to step in and fill that space. Also with our community organizations who work from the community side onto the campus, and the campus out to the community, following many of the conflicts that we have as those, that kind of goes back and forth. So, I touched on the approach, kind of went ahead of the slide here, but working closely with families, that's an area where we're going to improve in the next couple months, really reaching out to build up a new Reimagine School Safety Task Force, bringing in new families, dealing with kind of the current issues that we have going as a transition from the initial Reimagine approach to now how can we refine, reassess, and do what's going to work to support our school families to interrupt that school to prison pipeline. So this is the model that we have now. We have a safety officer and a lead campus supervisor assigned to each comprehensive high school to serve all the feeder schools as well. And again, the Safe Schools team, strives to be in a position for early intervention. And now we have district-wide mobilization capacity. Our officers, and our lead campus monitors, when we have a need at a certain school site, they're able to actually show up, help out, fill in when there's staff shortages, to fortify, the supervision of our campuses that need it. And that's day in and day out. So I just put in here the fact that we do have plans. All of our schools have what's called a comprehensive school safety plan. This is the framework. The boxes in gray is kind of what Safe Schools does and provides and is working and striving to accomplish in a thorough way. But it's going to work best when we can tie in the other departments in our district. So if we can turn these all, when we have the consistency and we're working diligently to build those collaborations, I think, that's really what the framework and the best practices are, when we're talking about what our plans should look like ultimately. We have the emergency and crisis. Those are situations where we're going to call 911 to mitigate a threat, down to a non-emergency situation where we can deploy our district resources and address whatever the conflict is. This is that guidance. Pretty much can't get away from this. It's important to highlight that, there are situations that as a district we're finding better ways, becoming innovative to address. And there's absolutely times when we need to call 911 in obvious situations. The whole goal is to prevent the situations in the orange from turning into situations in blue. But we know that it's volatile when we're talking about big fights on campus or, a student who might be escalating into a crisis. So again, allocating and having those resources to walk alongside our students to try to mitigate the factors that are contributing to a potential crisis and a concern for safety. Our GVS process, we've gotten away from doing truancy sweeps. We're no longer working with, with the Sacramento Police Department as a strategy to pull up to students who look like they should be in school, bring them back to our campus, whether they go there or not. And then, it just is it's kind of like a late 80s approach to gang prevention, but we know that not everybody's in traditional school, and we don't want to put our officers in that situation, and we don't want to put our students in that situation because it just increases the likelihood that there's going to be a conflict. So what we do is, if there's any concerns from a call from Sac Police Department, all they do is let me know the address. I kind of look to see what students we might have in that residence, and then we look for ways to support, whatever's going on in whatever way we can. So we have our student supportive services, again, our lead campus supervisors, and we're really bringing the collective knowledge of the group is phenomenal. We're training, we're having the right conversations, and I think it's really making a difference in even how our staff members view their jobs on campus. That's a good group of familiar faces right there. But it absolutely comes from, the years that are invested. We probably have collectively right here 100 years of experience, right? And that's not all Max, but he bites off a good chunk. But it's great learning, and we empower everybody to bring their experience to the table as to how they interact and they share ideas. I mean, it's really creating a good culture and for something that's new and dynamic here at the school district as far as safety goes. So, community organizations, the grassroots, folks that have been there with lived experience. And we know that by having adults present that our students will self-regulate. the student advocates. And what we have in Sacramento is our youth serving organizations are also, they get active as well. So there's some accountability in how we're working together and, and understanding their perspective and what they have to offer to community safety or reimagine safety from a community collaboration. So we have our large events. We're able to send staff. We're working, this is a meeting we have with Black Child Legacy Campaign to make sure that our staff, we're making the right connections. There's a commonality of preventing third-party homicide, which is community violence for the most part with our young people, black youth in particular. And so we're building those relationships as well. Man, I had a bunch of notes here I was supposed to be looking at. And bringing in other departments, our foster youth services and our youth leadership development with Ms. Nava and Aaliyah Holmes. And this was actually a picture last year. These were folks that showed up, and we were only in phase one, which didn't include community, but I seen the power in when we got together and showed up to throw the football around during lunchtime, and we were just coming out of COVID, and you'll see some of these faces in the room here today as well, this evening. We had a community threat assessment where we talked about what a threat assessment really is. We want our community partners to understand what our legal obligation is and how we look at situations so that there's no back and forth and everybody understands where they contribute to a threat assessment or how we support our most volatile students to mitigate any issues that would lead to a threat. And so it goes back to relationship and engagement. But having opportunities to train together, we did that. We had 2 of these forums this first semester. So, and these are the organizations. These are folks that we have the written collaborations with. And I have to acknowledge, and I apologize, Mr. White, Mr. Pinkston, Black Parallel School Board, specifically with Ms. Marion Bryson, has been a phenomenal resource in supporting our parents, who are frustrated about what's going on with their special education rights of their students, and a lot of times show up to our schools angry, right? And so here come 911, right? And so in order to circumvent a crisis, to be able to give them a phone number of somebody who I know is going to call back within an hour, it just takes care of so many issues in a way that is responsive and I think respects the dignity, of our parents. But these are the groups that are here today. Many of who showed up today in the audience, kind of deep today. They were like, "Man, Ray, you know how to throw a party." But in addressing the gaps, you can see now the safety gaps that we actually have a coordinated response. The supervision for our large events, we do rely on Sacramento Police Department to help really be present in case something happens when we have 500, 700 people together at a football game or something. Ooh-wee, shut me down, huh? And in our safety officers, so these are the collaborations. A lot of times our officers are able to get to scenarios or situations where we have lockdown. In this picture in particular, we had already located the person that we were concerned about. And when SAC-PD arrived, we had already were able to lift the lockdown, and they did their part, to get the person out of the area. Even when it comes down to medical, our safety officers, get involved in these situations to help relieve some of that responsibility from our principals from elementary, junior high, and high school levels. So, the Reimagine is a new and dynamic approach. I mean, I think it's requires some patience from our school community to see this evolve. Absolutely, it's something new, it's different. But it's not a replacement for the role of law enforcement. What we're trying to do is reduce our reliance on law enforcement and do what we can as a district. The collaboration, we have overlapping safety interests. I get calls all the time from parents that are concerned about safety, not necessarily the fit for what I do, but we work together to address those concerns as well. And to remedy the shortages on the school campuses, the comprehensive high schools were allocated 2 additional FTE, 2 additional positions. I did an acronym and I didn't have a sheet there. Let me fix that. 2 additional positions that's going to be helpful, and they're pulling from the safety and the lead campus supervisor job description. So that's something we're excited about. So with that being said, real quick, if I can just get our Reimagine School Safety folks that are here to stand up, all the way to board, the safety team. Just real quick, y'all, I know you've been sitting for a minute, but somebody asked in one of the board meetings, what do we have to show for what we're investing in? And this is just a small sample of what our teams look like, and some of them don't want to stand up, but it's all right. And the work that we're actually doing all the way to those task force members that, that engage in those tough conversations. So thank you all for showing up, and I guess I better get going here. I'm running over a little bit, so.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Quickly, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have 5.
Okay. Please have the first person come up.
First speaker is Kenneth Duncan.
Mr. Duncan. How are you doing, my guy?
Blessed, man. President Rhodes, good to see you, brother.
Hey.
Going back 10 plus years with this man working in the school district. So I just wanted to say, Ray, thank you for trusting myself and my organization to go into schools. Like you said, those relationships that we have been built over like the last 10 plus years. So working with siblings to all the way, the whole family. So I'm Ball Out Academy, I'm the CEO and founder. I use sports to do gang intervention and prevention programs. I'm actually a supplemental provider as well at 13 schools in Sacramento Unified School District. But on the school safety side, I'm at Leotata, Floyd, Cal Middle, and McClatchy, so McClatchy feeder schools. I have a strong presence in CV Circle, New Havisha Public Housing, the project. So a lot of those babies who go to Leotata, go to Cal, go to McClatchy from the public housing tend to get lost during that transition from school to school. So me and my organization took it upon ourselves to support those youth with some wraparound services, whether it's tutoring, helping lead kids from not joining gangs, because that seems to be an easy thing to do. We even deterred kids from bringing BB guns to school. I was up at Cal able to talk with a couple young men who have brought fake guns to school a couple different times, but now they're engaged in my program. They're coming to play basketball. Grades have improved. We use incentives such as going to Kings games or having professional athletes come and talk to the kids. So just with those incentives alone, we've seen attendance improve, behavior improve, and parent support really skyrocket. So we're grateful for the opportunity, and we're going to keep working.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Jerome Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. I thought I was in the Matrix for a second. Mr. Anderson, please come up. Nobody got it. Mr. Anderson, right? You don't remember that? You're dating yourself. Dating yourself, right. Go ahead, my brother.
Thank you all so much. First and foremost, I want to just thank you all for being here. Mr. Ray Lozado, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jerome Alvin Anderson, and I represent SAR on behalf of Self-Awareness and Recovery through Daniel Silva. And Project Safe School, it provides these kids a chance to change. You know, Benjamin Franklin said it best. He said, money spent in education pays the best dividends. But what good is an education going to a school if these kids are not safe? So one of the blessings of SAR and other CBOs, community-based organizations, we're able to not only walk the hallways and canvases of these schools, we're able to foster a relationship and walk into the hearts of these youth. We're able to treat the trauma that they've been through. You know, there's a saying that a successful person lays a solid foundation with the bricks and sticks inside he throws at them. Some of these kids have been thrown the hardest challenges that life can bring. But through Project Safe Schools, we're able to go and help them find emotional intelligence, treat the suppressed emotions, help them tap into the identity of who they truly are, and give them a chance to change. We're able to help them with anger management skills, conflict resolution, effective communication skills, and ultimately give them a power within themselves they never knew they had. Project Safe School allows us to go inside of Elkhorn, River City, Luther Burbank, Hiram Johnston, McClatchy, and you name it. And not only that, we go to the football games, we go to the basketball games, we go to the malls. We go where these kids are at, and we foster a relationship with them they never thought was possible. And with that, we teach them that the decisions they make ultimately make them. It makes our community a better environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Christian Johnson.
Welcome, Christian.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Christian Johnson. It's a pleasure to be here and share some of my perspectives on our community group. I'm one of the youth representatives of the SAR program, and I have been attending the program for some time. Programs like the one I'm speaking for today helps the youth, including myself, for giving a place of respectable mentors in a safe environment. SAR staff put their focus on how to better help the youth in our community to give them an outlet to express and articulate themselves. And it gives them a space to discuss mental health and sensitive topics. They work with other community groups as well in community events, vaccination clinics, and additional mental health work. A group like SAR actively helps in our community to thrive, to make a change and a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I have L. Brinzel, UAG representative.
Well, say it ain't so. Hello, hello. Floor is yours.
Good evening, President Rose and Superintendent Aguilar and Mr. Singh, Vice President Singh. Good evening.
And good evening, Board, President Rhodes. I just want to uplift Ray's update. Mr. Lozada has been working on school safety for well before he actually became an employee of the Sac City Unified School District. And I just want to applaud his dedication to making sure that community was involved in all of this. So, we're part of the collaboration, United and Guided. We work to do the restorative practices for the schools in the district, working closely with the hearing office on the school to prison pipeline to help prevent expulsions through giving an alternative for folks to be able to resolve their conflicts before returning back to school, and giving them the option to return back to school if they complete that structured process for mediation. We've been blessed to be able to do some of this work since last summer. And we're able to meet with students that have been suspended for fighting on campus. We're able to help with some of those resolutions. We're also starting to get principals to call out to us to really help resolve those fights in school. So we're here to really uplift that collaboration. Shout out to Ball Out Academy, SAR, Hope, Black Parallel School Board, all of those people that are really helping and contributing to having that community response that does not involve law enforcement.
And so I will read one, just, I know I don't have much time, but I'll read a thank you from a principal that is in our district. It says, Ray, I want to thank you for connecting me with Imani Lucas, Richard Johnson, and LaShanya Brazil of United and Guided. This organization is a hidden gem in our school community. I am so appreciative of the time they put in the meeting with our two families to positively mediate and help bring a resolution with such care. Not only that, but they did so in a way that they were neutral, inclusive, and empowering to our families. Please count on me to help spread the word of this great organization in our community. So
Thank you
just
guys so
know.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Last, we have Carl Pinkston.
Mr. Pinkston, how you doing, my brother? Happy Black History Month.
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston with the Black Parallel School Board. Good evening, Mr. Chairperson, President Rose, and Superintendent Aguilar. I just wanted to say that in 2014, when I came before this board, you had contracted with the Sac City Unified School, Sac City Police Department, and we were getting a lot of reports and pains and just concern from youth about how law enforcement was interacting with us. And then all what was happening in our community of police shootings and killings, and not only in Sac City, but across the nation. And we came to this board and said, we had to change. We no longer need law enforcement to do the work that you just heard today. This is something that we wish all districts would do. Now, I also want to add that I'm probably one of the biggest critic and pain in the ass to Ray when he first came on board, and largely because we had a vision that we can do this. We can do this in a way that serve as an example, a model for the rest of the nation. We want this district to embrace this and say this is not a program or just a funding question. This is our culture. This is how we do things in our district. This is how we provide support and make things happen. Now, Ray, no, I can't leave without putting in my 2 cents. So I'm gonna put my 2 cents in now. One, in the future, from the Black Parallel School Board, we would like to see some data as to how many youth that participated in all these different programs, how many were referred, and how many that reduced the incident of interaction with the police. So please, probably the next time, to ask for some of that data as well as the call data as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkston. Seeing how we have no more public comment, I will turn it over to my colleagues. First up, we have Member Jean.
Thank you so much for all this information and for all of you coming here tonight and those comments. I'm so appreciative of the focus on relationships, because as a teacher, I know that the community that's built and the safety that's built through conversation and working together and treating each other as humans is what creates safety more than any kind of enforcement. So I just so appreciate the detailed work that's gone into this and the thinking. I don't know that there's a page number, but I was looking at your safety intervention and response page. It's this beautiful orange one. And it was talking, it talked about your goal, promoting intervention and prevention through student engagement, which I really appreciate, because ultimately we so often as adults think about our responsibilities And we don't always engage students in the process because it's their lives and it's their interactions and relationships and experiences that are really the heart and soul of education. So what does that look like to really focus on student engagement in the promotion of intervention and prevention?
Student engagement. So as, at least from our team's perspective, it goes back to the work, and this page basically represents the work of our lead campus supervisors to be visiting with our students, to build relationship and engaging with them in that way, as well as the referrals that go out to our other community collaborators, just to try to fill some of those voids and meet some of those emotional needs. We feel like, and it's the best practice when you're dealing with, in any threat assessment structure, it emphasizes the need to build relationships and have existing relationships with our students prior to something happening. So that's what we're doing is basically case managing. If it comes from fighting or conflict that's going on, we assign them to a lead campus monitor who deals with that comprehensive school and the feeder schools to check in.
Awesome. I also really appreciate the intense training that's been offered to all of our folks on a variety of levels and ways, everything from de-escalation to anti-racism and unconscious bias. I think all of those layers are just so significant to the success. And I'm excited to be able to see the data towards this success because I see so much potential here. So thank you for all this information.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Z. Now going over to Member Singh.
Thank you. So I have a multitude of thoughts, many of which I'll share later on today. And hopefully folks are able to watch that recording later on. But I want to state some information that I'm sure you're already very familiar with, which is studies have found that school resource officers reduce some forms of violence, but do not prevent school shootings or gun-related incidents. And oftentimes the cost of having school resource officers result in more suspensions, expulsions, police referrals, and student arrests, which are harsher disciplinary punishments disproportionately that fall on our Black and brown students, male students, and those with disabilities. So I just want to say, as someone who has spent their time working with youth and actively using sports such as basketball to give students an outlet, I'm really happy to see all the organizations that are here today, and I'm really appreciative of the work that you do. I do believe this is what keeps our students safe, and echoing what Tara just said, building relationships, working with our youth. That is the solution. I will say that we must not only create more jobs. You mentioned campus monitors, but I also want to figure out how we can continue to incentivize those jobs and make sure we're giving folks good paying, fair wage jobs, so we can quickly fill those positions. All this to say, I heard that there are some folks who work with the suspension and expulsion work. So do we currently have any protocols in place that engage these CBOs with students who are up for suspension and expulsion? My assumption is not every student who's up for suspension or expulsion is meeting with one of these CBOs, but you are more than welcome to tell me I'm incorrect in that assumption.
Well, I'll tell you that we've come a long way. Those conversations, it didn't, starting from safety, basically my opportunities come when it comes down to police involvement or something that's happening that's a crisis when I get that call. The opportunity is to tie together the other departments that contribute to safety and student wellness, to make these connections. But with our hearing, Mr. Stefan Brown's office, and also with Ms. Kelly Hood, we have made some phenomenal strides in making referrals and working through conflict. We had a situation, just as an example, where a parent even got arrested for being intoxicated at school and taking their kid. It was a bad situation. And what we do is send that out to a community organization. And that was with the administrator, phenomenal that, to get administrators willing to sit down and go through this process to deal with that conflict so that we could move forward and better serve the students. But that's just, an example. We're making referrals. I do increasing referrals probably since last summer. The hearing office has sent at least 25 referrals to various community members that are here. But the one United and Guided providing those conflicts, it's powerful because it's not district-led. They're not meeting with administrators. It's community-based. They're sitting down, and Mr. Lucas didn't say, but it's all focused on restoring the harm and healing with the emphasis on the victim or the person that's been harmed the most. It's not a cheap, diverting, we don't want nobody in trouble type of an approach, and we're throwing that restorative title on it. It is the real work. They'll meet with the family several times, each side, and bring them together when it's appropriate. So to answer your question.
Just a quick follow-up. Do you envision that is there a way to ensure that every student who's up for expulsion or suspension is able to meet with that group? Is that a funding issue? What are we missing?
We have the capacity, and I think as we're seeing the outcomes, it's definitely the interest is building, and people are still kind of seeing what all this really is about. So it's just a matter of developing a protocol or a policy, but it's been happening organically over the past summer. But all the calls don't come through me; they come through a lot of different ways, constituent services. But we do collaborate. But for that specific issue, there's no protocol or policy that's the standing procedure. So,
Can I just make a general comment that we try to figure out, or at least get some information on what the protocol would be, Superintendent? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Singh. Next, we're going to go over to Member Kayada.
Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Thank you so much for this presentation. Glad to have you back here, and can't wait to see you again another 6 months or so from now.
Yep.
I really just want to uplift the work you've been doing. I'm so happy to see, there was a lot of uncertainty when the previous board cut the SRO contract. What were we going to do to keep our campuses safe while also uplifting the needs of a lot of our students that weren't being met under the previous regime? I think we have a great policy here, and I'm just so excited. And I want to uplift the community members who have helped with this as well so much.
Right.
With that said, I do need to acknowledge that there's still a lot of fear in our community. There's been incidents like at Kennedy. Some people feel unsafe. They're not seeing this work. So I'm excited for, phase 2, because a lot of that will be addressed. A lot of the concerns I've been hearing in the community, I think, are in the works. There's a lot of people who, they want to see something of a uniform. And I think that we can make people feel safe, but we can also protect the kids who might, not be in the best path and they need help. Ultimately, that's why I fully in favor of us cutting the SROs in the past, was because we might make a couple of people feel good. We're not going to actually probably make things much safer, as Member Singh just mentioned, but we're going to ruin some kids' lives, and we're going to hurt the community in the long run a lot worse. Because if you have these kids who you've criminalized, they go to jail for 6 months, they come out, now they're criminals on the street. We have a chance in our schools to help people be productive members of society, and I'm really glad this program that we heard about today is going in that direction. And I, again, can't say enough how glad I am to see that we're taking a really great approach here and perfectly balancing safety and the needs of all of our communities. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Next, we have MVP herself, Member Phillips, our first Vice President Phillips, I'm sorry.
Good evening. I am pleased. But I just have a little question. I know that we're working in the comprehensive high schools and the feeder schools. So what's the story on, one specific area where we only have American Legion? Is there any reach out into at least the elementary schools? Can you kind of run a little back on that?
Yes, actually, we spent a lot of time at the feeder schools, all the way to the elementary, American Legion included. So though the model is the comprehensive, we also do whatever schools, district schools are in that area, any sites, that's within the range of that same, Johnson is down the street from American Legion, so our safety officer from Johnson frequents, and a lot of the students, go back and forth. So, we're mindful. The Met, we can say that we have a lead campus supervisor, Mr. Preston, spends a lot of time over there. But and George Washington Carver now gets some support, which they didn't even have a campus monitor. So we've got Max and John, frequenting those campuses as well. So we're trying to, get to everybody. Bringing in the 2 additional positions at the comprehensive high schools will free our people up to spend more time at Rosa Parks and Success in different places. And I'll just add, it's not always student conflict. We've got administration issues and domestic violence, and our guys are stepping into all those spaces when those issues come up. So, it's growing in a lot of different ways that I didn't even anticipate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going next to Member Pritchett.
Hi, Ray.
How you doing?
Good.
All right.
This presentation, excellent. Good job on the work that you've done. I mean, I really, truly mean that. And the task force members, thank you for all of your hard work. Like, I know that was hard, going to all those meetings, talking about tough situations. So just thank every single one of you for the work that you've done on this. And our community partners that are working with our kids, thank you for the work that you're doing. Amazing, amazing work. And I don't want to leave out our new safety gang back there.
Yeah.
They are, wow. Like, I even see one of my Rosemont dads out there. I'm like, yes. Like, that's what we needed, right? And so I just first want to say thank you for that work. Obviously, I always got a lot of questions, right? A lot of comments. So I'll just kind of dive right into it. You've talked about the uptick in firearms being brought to school. We've even heard on the news from another state of a teacher being shot by her student, right? In the classroom in front of other students. So I want to know, what does it look like day to day in a classroom, on the sites? What are we doing to protect our kids with these firearms that are being brought on campus?
Well, day to day, and if we're going to be frank, think about our county and all the school districts in it, and how many guns are showing up on campus. We don't even, that's just a thought, what's that all about? And it's God's mercy and grace that we, haven't had to deal with, a tragedy. But we're doing everything we can, and it's based on relationship. Understanding, we're meeting with school site, and really it's about remedying the conflict. That's really where, we have the best opportunity to get ahead of problems now. The conversation, to put metal detectors and to make a school campus like a courthouse and do all that. I don't know. That's going to be the conversation that you all have. We have relationship with law enforcement. They show up when we need them. They investigate crimes and things that are happening. And I do have to acknowledge that SAC PD has been real diligent on the robberies and things that are happening. And to this point, it's really goes back to the school site staff, being on top and aware of conflict. And so as far as what they're doing at each school site to make sure there's no guns, we're not searching backpacks or doing all this. I think we got to make the appeal to our parents, and that's the next phase that I would really like to build in, is having these conversations about active shooter. Because that applies to the mall, to the church, and everywhere else, right? And so it needs to be, if we're going to talk about safety at school, we have to do better at engaging with our parents. But I don't have I'm not going to sit here and say we got magic dust or scanners and you know, and all that. We just show up every day. Every time this phone rings, it gets answered, and we deploy, we communicate with our school sites and get the help, you know, to be there. So I will say this, the week that they had that shooting at Johnson High School, we had safety officers there when those shots went out. That week, we had SAR at the bus stop helping because we knew that there was some stuff going on. It wasn't related, but we respond and try to get ahead of problems. I think we can increase communication. What's going on at school sites. Sometimes we find out a little late, and you know, I'd hate to think we miss opportunities, but even today we had a situation where the administrator did well. I was on the phone, we were walking through the steps, I had help on the way, police showed up, and man, you know, who knows what that really was gonna look like had nobody been paying attention. So our training, our comprehensive school safety plans, we had, this week we had our workshops, and we're just going to hang our fidelity on being diligent, you know.
I definitely did not think that you had a magic wand to
No,
try
you
to
know
figure
what
it
I'm saying,
out.
though, but you asked
I
a
guess what I
question
was
like-
kind of getting to is, I'm glad you mentioned what happened today, because the due diligence of staff was, it could have been a tragedy. It could have been, you know, a lot worse, right? And so I guess my question to you is, you know, when I spoke of that, you know, the teacher that got shot in her classroom, when I was watching the news, watching these other teachers talk about what had happened, they said that they had reported it to administration. There was rumors of a kid with a gun, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, do we have protocols where our staff is trained, where if a teacher goes to their administration or somebody in the office and says, hey, I heard a rumor on the playground, or I heard a rumor in the hall that this, you know, somebody has a gun, or, you know, something's gonna happen. Do we have ways to be able to de-escalate what is happening and to be able to
Yes.
reach out to that student to make sure that there isn't a gun?
That's why we have our team. We notify law enforcement on certain threats. Sometimes they're internet-based, sometimes it's pictures of guns of our students holding, you know, real or not, we investigate. We spend the time, we're able to send some safety officers there. We work with the school site administrators to track down and try to get to the bottom of the thread of where where the pictures might have been displayed. And for the most part, you know, we don't stop until we know that that threat is mitigated. So, there's not a threat. And so
But the staff on site is trained.
our safety officers, and the whole benefit to having safety officers is they work collaboratively with the staff on site. So we don't want one school doing something different than the other. So when there's a situation and I'm informed, I'll send a couple safety officers there. They're in the office and serve as a liaison for if and when law enforcement shows up. And in a lot of cases, we make calls to law enforcement, and since our calls don't get, there's not a response of a priority when our calls go into the bank of the community's or the dispatcher's log. So we're working on these a lot of times, and sometimes they'll call back and I'll tell them what we found out and what we know, and they'll clear the call, right? So that's and that's not something we intended to do, but it's working out that way to where we don't rely on them, and they're like, well, if you've already got, you know, traveled down the path and got parents involved and know that the threat's not, you know, then it turns into an informational report at best. So there's a lot of things that are coming out of it. I think, you know, definitely getting these the high schools the help they need so we can continue to evolve, you know, accordingly. But
Yeah.
that's the protocol. The school sites know who their safety officer is, and they call them a lot of times directly to deal with problems.
Okay, I'm glad to know that there is a protocol that's being followed. I know Member Singh had mentioned, and Member Kayada had mentioned about school resource officers, and I know I've always I've been the unpopular one in the room, supporting school resource officers. That's not what I'm doing tonight. Just take a breath.
No, really.
But I do want to say that when we disengaged with SAC PD, before that happened, I had several meetings at our school sites with students and teachers and community members in my area. And I don't know if you know, well, Ray knows this, I'm a football mom at the time. We were at the football field a lot, right? And from what I saw, the interaction with school resource officers to our students was phenomenal and prevented our students from going to jail. That's what I saw. So but that's another thing for another day, okay? But to that point, as you know, Rosemont is a very unique area, being in the unincorporated part of the county, right? We are not in Sac PD's district, so when there is something that happens on site at Rosemont High School, the response times have not been great because we're waiting for Sac PD to get on the other side of the Sac Sheriffs to get onto the other side of the county. Because we don't have a lot of them that are in our area, unfortunately. And I'm hoping that changes with our new sheriff.
Yeah, well, Rancho Cordova Police Department.
They service our area, absolutely, yes, but it's still not great. So I'm just wondering where we are on the talks with the Sac Sheriff's Department, because I know that you have a relationship with Sac PD, that you talk to them quite often. I'm wondering where we're at on the talks with Sac Sheriffs in terms of response times when there are emergencies, when there are things that we're gonna need law enforcement for.
Right. I think, well, we have the chief over there, Brandon Luke, has been very responsive. I have a contact, and from when situations happen in that area, and we always go back and forth, but they have a better response time than what we have in the city. The folks, what happens, the Albert Einstein calls and all that's going on over there, comparatively speaking, I haven't seen where it's been just a long, hours before they show up. And I don't, the conversation about their response time, I'd love to sit in a room and talk to the powers that be about prioritizing the calls when we do have 911 calls. But it seems that unless you have a school resource officer who's going to prioritize those, right? Even though that's only going to be, what's the percentage of time in a day? But when they do happen, the issue is our calls go into a regular community log versus having somebody who's going to prioritize those and get and address school issues as a priority. But in both cases, talking to folks about police time and different, they're going to just say, well, you need an SRO, if you want us to prioritize and be sitting in the parking lot or doing all these things that,
That's pretty much what I've been told as well, that we just get put in a queue with everyone else. And if there's a higher priority call, that's what gets called to first. So.
And do you need to, to me, do you need to pay for an officer to have a school response be a priority? I think that's a fundamental the decision. You go up the hill to Folsom and they pay for one and the city pays for one. But here, I think the amount of money that we were investing in 8 SROs just was so glaring that it spawned the reaction from the community. Not to mention the statistics and the data, and y'all can talk about how police make folks feel at football games, but I know that having them in the parking lot and being present when you have adults and people that we don't know that aren't part of our school community, it makes a little more sense. But nobody asked me when they terminated the contracted services with Sac PD. It just was done, and so we worked with them when we had them. And we don't have them, and we're working without, we're still collaborating and having a relationship, but, some of these decisions I think have to be a conversation, a community conversation. I know Mr. Cayetta has mentioned in the past. We're going to get there, but it's still about doing what we need to do as a district to reduce the reliance on police services, and that's where we're focused and what we're
that's heavy on my heart all the time. You know that.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
We've had a mom come here to our board to discuss what happened at JFK.
Yep.
And so I kind of want to address that of what are we doing now to prevent adults from entering our campuses?
It comes down to having adults and campus monitors and the strategy at the school site. Doors, gates, there's best practices for all that. Our principals are aware of where they're vulnerable, but do we have everybody at work that day to stand in front of that entrance or whatever. I mean, that's where that's where the vulnerability comes when you're talking about Kennedy High School. At least when they opened the gates for egress, people came in. But as far as I have all confidence in our school site administration. They work hard, and we have the tough talks, and I send them help in the form of our model. And if things spill over, they know to call 911 if somebody's getting hurt or there's we have a trespassers on campus. That's the first thing you do is, we don't know who these folks are, why they're there, or if they have weapons. So, we're not going to take any unnecessary risk either. So, but for the most part, day in and day out, I would say, if we're alluding to those scenarios as being the need for an SRO, I would say
No, that's not where I'm going. I'm just wondering where we're going. How are we protecting our sites?
bringing in more staff.
And I'm going to get to that. So these are my requests, and I don't need you to answer any of them because we can get a board communication on them. The first one, safety means so many things on our school sites, right? This stuff keeps me up at night, I'll tell you. I have to write in a notebook. This stuff really keeps me up. It means so many things. So bullying, we heard tonight, there's bullying that happens at our sites, and then it escalates, and then it creates a safety issue, right? So I want to know if we can get in a board communication of how our work, our SEL work on our sites is contributing to the bullying issue and things and safety issues that are happening at our school. In the future, I would love to hear some of your safety officers talk about their experiences that they're having on their sites and hearing from their voices of what more do we need?
Absolutely.
And then I know I've talked about this in the past, sexual assault and human trafficking. Once again, another safety issue that we're talking about, right? We know that this happens right on our sites. So I've asked in the past that we look into having stickers put on bathroom walls, saying if you are being trafficked or being held against your will, or if something's happened to you, call this number. Having posters and literature put around our sites, working with our student advisory council to help with all of that, and working on a campaign. So I'm hoping that you and I can talk further about that. And then the last time you did a safety update, you talked about a phone number that we were all surprised about. Do you remember this? I still don't even know that phone number, to be honest with you. Still haven't seen a thing that has come out that I can give to students. That how are they getting it? Right. And then the last thing is. Ray, I really just need to know from you, if you had a wish list to keep our school safe, what does that look like? Because that's what's important.
You want me to give that to you? Or?
I want you to give that to me.
Right
I
now?
want to know. Like, if you had a wish list, what does that look like?
Shooting all these questions, y'all.
And constant updates, right? Constant updates. Like I said, it keeps me up at night. Sorry, I had a lot, and I apologize to my board. I haven't had more, but I won't go into them because I know I can call you, but I appreciate your time.
All right.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. And we have, I thought we had Member Villa.
Ray, don't worry. This is going to be easy, okay? Easy. I just wanted to, Ray, I remember when I joined this board and we met via Zoom, and you were doing this work via Zoom, and we were trying to figure out all these different options, but I remember seeing how hard you were working at that stage when I just was finding out how everything was working. So I thank you for that. I know this is a lot. I think our community partners, this type of approach is crucial, and we know that. This is the work that really transforms students and families. I'll just say I still remember my campus monitor when I was in high school, and I remember seeing him at the grocery store, and it was like, oh, there he is. Gotta be cool. I remember that. And I'm, older now, and that just still shows like that person had an impact on me at that age. So again, with kind of what Christina says, tell us how we can support you and your team, because this is the good work, and I really want our students to feel safe on campus. I want our families to have access to all of these great partnerships. I see them at our fairs. I know the work that they're doing. I know the connections that they have, and it's important. And so whatever we can do to support you, you tell us. I'm in. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you, team.
I'll take that.
So we just hop in the queue because there's hop in the queue, please. So we're gonna go with Member Singh.
We're doing 2 rounds now?
Yes, sir.
Super quick. I'm hearing a lot about safety, and I just want to ask, do we have resources for our students on how to interact with police? I just want to mention, you talked about Tyree Nichols at the beginning. Tyree Nichols did everything he was asked to do, correct? I think oftentimes we fail to think about the trauma that students face when they see police. And to some extent, I know we all think about school safety, but also the safety of our children making it home. And to some extent, we're liable. Maybe not legally liable, but morally liable. And I just want to think about, from a school perspective, have you thought about, or have there been any resources about having the talk from an official standpoint?
Yeah, I know that, many of our community organizations also work collaboratively with the Sacramento Violence Prevention Strategy. But I know there are resources and there are people, and I imagine if we said who wants to do it, they'd jump up. So it wouldn't be hard to put together. There are some things that I believe that are going to be the best conversation is going to come from community. Not that I couldn't have the talk, but some of these things just need to be done, from somebody who's maybe been involved in the system or has been arrested, but we can put something together. I can't, that's not something that we've done, if that's the question, but I know that those are the innovative strategies that our community partners see value in. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Member Singh. And next, Member Phillips.
I want to say again that I'm impressed. I want to somewhat apologize to our community for a certain level of tone deafness when it comes to certain people who interact with law enforcement, even if they are SROs, and how that can harm our children, my children, Black children, brown children. It's really important that even though we're talking about on a grand scale, maybe SROs might be a good idea, they haven't been till now, and I'm almost sure that they're not going to be in the future. So when we're using alternatives, obviously we're not going to be able to abolish law enforcement. We're using some alternatives. They are working. Obviously, we're going to have data, but there is no one special area when it comes to our children. And those children need to be recognized on the dais. So I'm not, and respectfully, Member Pritchett, I'm not coming at you. I just want to make sure that it's understood that there is significant trauma history in the Black and brown African American communities with regard to law enforcement. And if we are encouraging that in any kind of way, then we are not paying attention to what the actual problem is. And I'll be talking about that in a minute.
Okay. Okay, so we have Member Pritchett.
Kind of felt like you were coming after me on that one, but I don't know if you heard what I said, but I actually was not promoting having SROs. Yeah, that's what I said. Just real quick request, Ray. The Black Parallel School Board has talked about getting the data from the programs that we have at our sites. I'd love to have that in a board communication of just like what school sites have what they're offering and who's participating, and then be able to share that with our community.
Just clarify that one time for me. What school sites?
Which school sites and like how many kids are participating?
So all the students that we case manage are cross-referenced with our early identification and intervention system, as well as the Illuminate, which keeps track of behavior, attendance, and academics. So all of our work is we're putting all that effort and all this relationship into action, and that's what's going to determine in the end where we move the dial on any individual student. So that's just part of what we're doing to substantiate and to kind of see what kind of impact we can have outside of not having so many calls. I mean, dealing with more stuff internally. So yeah.
Yeah, and if you can, within that list though of like what school sites that they are all participating, I think that's important for me as well. I know like tonight, I didn't hear Rosemont mentioned. I'm sure that there's probably some of these programs that are in Rosemont.
Has the biggest list.
I would like to know, I would like to help promote your program. So that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Okay, I think the firing round is over. I would like to say very quickly, Ray, the work is beautiful that you're doing. You had community that pushed, and you've been able to deliver. And there's high expectations of the work you do as well, as it should be. High expectation of us, of the work, that how we support that work to make sure that our students are supported and our families and teachers and staff members. I would like to say one thing that I want to continue to push, at least my time here as president on the board, is engaging community around these great things. We hear about it at our meetings here, and we've done some small things. But one of the things that we're going to be doing in March, definitely, me and Member Kayada is holding a safety meeting at Kennedy, right? But also making sure we're inviting our city partners to also come to that meeting, the council member, the police chiefs, to also have a conversation, because we can't actually talk about community safety of our schools with also with living only in the silo and not bringing those partners in. So while I'm president on this board, I will continue to push that our community has conversations around these topics, and for us to share the good work. We've done it at we were at Cesar Chavez.
Yeah.
Cesar Chavez. We did that in reaction to something happening, but we can be proactive.
Right.
And that is the goal. And you already have everything in place. Bring out all these beautiful faces with you, and let's really reach out and share the gospel, the good news of what we're here doing at our district. I thank you for your time, and we're going to move on to our next item, my brother.
All right. Woo.
That was not an action item, guys. It was just informational, so there's no vote. But I'm sure we're gonna have some really good conversation when it becomes an action item at any point in time. Okay, we're gonna kind of switch it up. We're gonna go back to our student member report. Member McGurk.
I'm so sorry. I had to use the bathroom by the time they called me up. I only have one thing to report. We sent out a Quizlet, I think, out in November, and we now have gathered all the information and have put it up in a slide, and we are excited to share that information to you guys probably next board meeting. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much. Going over to item 9.2. Resolution 3305, recognition of National Black History Month. Dr. Tiffany Smith Simmons. Oh, there you are. Hello. So, yeah, come on up. So before we start today with National Black History Month resolution, first off, happy Black History Month. And, you know, this year, we made this in collaboration with the Black Parallel School Board and the work that they have been doing throughout the years to advocate for students of color. And I'm very appreciative of their collaboration in this work and them being in the audience today. So I'll let you kind of get into it, but I want to also give my colleague, my MVP here, Madam Vice President, an opportunity to say anything as well before we kind of start off this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to set the tone. There is I guess we have a number of elephants in the room that I talk about a lot, so none of this should come as a surprise. But it's Black History Month again. Again. Another month of being Black where you get 28 days that are supposed to mean something. So, tonight we're coming together. We're going to honor the creator and the inception of Black History Month, which is extremely important. We're going to honor the greatness that is Black folks. We honor the greatness that is our ancestors. We honor the greatness that is our children, because they are not only our future, but everyone's future. The elephant in the room I want to talk about, I'm just going to mention them. I wrote them down so I could say it right. White privilege and white fragility. If that makes you uncomfortable, please sit with it. If you don't understand it, please Google it. So I want to bring to the fore tonight and throughout the month of February, not only recognition of the greatness of Black folks, but the very important fact that we built this nation through the blood, sweat, and tears from our bodies and what we still carry on our backs. Our suffering continues as our nation, designed for some and not for all, perpetrates a system of racism. This is, of course, intentional. This is what holds us back, because knowledge is power. It's our duty to break the chains that bind us. It is, should be, and must continue to be the commitment of the Sacramento City Unified School District to share that which helps our students grow. That means as a district, we will need to be unapologetic about how we manage our Black and brown students in this district. Remember, if we as a Black people are bound, so are the systems we work in. I want you all to imagine the greatness we all can achieve. And this will not matter and cannot happen until we all matter. And I will leave the floor to Dr. Simmons.
Beautiful. Dr. Simmons, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you, President Rhodes and President Phillips, for that beautiful introduction. You have the resolution in front of you. I would just like to highlight a few items here in the resolution. Whereas Carter G. Woodson founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH, in 1915, which stimulated one of the largest grassroots movement in the history of the history of Black American education. And this year, that same association has declared the theme for this year is Black Resistance. On February 1926, Carter G. Woodson, the father of the Black History Week, celebrated the history and contribution of the Black people in Black elementary schools, the Black press, and Black community. Skipping down, African Americans have historically fought hard for public schooling and the rights of their children to receive a quality education despite forms of racial discrimination. African American parents know how important academic success is to the growth and well-being of their children. Over 10 years ago, St. Paul Public School in Minnesota started hosting a National African American Involvement Day on the second Monday of February. And to President Rhodes mentioned earlier, we are very proud that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education does hereby recognize the month of February as Black History Month, and more importantly, supports Black Parent Involvement Day, which is set as February 21st, as an important work and services provided by community, parents, students, and staff throughout the district and across the nation. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education will encourage all staff, members of the community to recognize and celebrate National Black History Month through culturally relevant activities and parent involvement in Black Parent Involvement Day.
Thank you so much. And before, do we have any public comment before we have any of our, no public comment? Can we have actually members of the Black Parallel School Board to come up, please? Standing at the podium, whoever is willing. But I see a couple of y'all out there, and I'd love to have you guys up here through this process. We're going to open it up to my colleagues if they have any comment around the resolution.
If they don't have comments, I wanted to speak to why we actually created the Black Parent Involvement Day. Mr. White and I, back in 2015? 2015, we met with one of Sac City School District's staff person. And she wanted to meet with us. And she says, I want to ask you a particular question. And please don't get offended, she said. And we said, no, you can't offend us. We offend everybody else, but you won't offend us. So be frank. And she says, okay. She says, why? I noticed that Black parents don't seem to be really involved in their child's education. And it was like, what do you mean? Well, I don't see them at PTA meetings. I don't see them at after-school programs. I don't see them at parent conferences. I don't see them, in her mind, and what the narrative and the perspective and the cultural perspective of this district is, Black parents don't exist. And that they are not actually, have a commitment or a concern and a passion for the highest quality education for their child. The interesting thing, so we on our way back, we were walking back, like, okay, that's interesting because we don't see that. We see there's too much involvement sometimes where the principal is trying to keep them from the door. And so you've heard the story at Kennedy where they rushed up in there. You know the story. And so it happens, okay? And so there's a high level, and part of that is historical because there's a history of preventing Black scholars from having a quality of education. And I'll be damned, our parents are going to make sure that they get the highest quality education for their child, even if they have to die for it. And some of them did. If they had to scrap a piece of paper and pull sheets out of a Bible and to read with their child, they did after enslavement. If they had to figure out how to use numbers, even though they couldn't read, they were going to learn some algebra or some form of math and teach it. So there's a history of Black parent involvement. It may not be in the traditional way, but it does exist. So part of that, we took that back and said, hey, we wanted to do a Black Parent Involvement Day. And we want to do something a little different. And part of the difference is that parents, when they come, they are perceived as problems because they only get the call when their child is in trouble or getting ready to be suspended. They said, let's change this a little bit. Let's try to get parents to come to their child's school, sit in the child's classroom, and learn. Because we believe in lifelong learning. A parent can learn, a child can learn. And they can learn in the same Sac City Unified School District environment. That includes the teacher and everyone else. And I remember when Mr. White was saying, well, will there be some issues? And I says, probably there's two issues. Number one, when one of our members, Layla McHale, who had her son in the school, she asked me to sit in the classroom. And I sat in the classroom just to observe. And people thought I belonged to this girl who was always, they thought was to cause all the chaos. because she would always get up, be hitting the kids, leave the classroom and all. And she was like a perfect little child that day. And so everybody said, that must be her dad. And I said, I didn't come for her. I came for someone else. And what happened was the presence of adults, of someone in the community, in the classroom really says that, I guess education is important. That I don't have to necessarily act out. That was number one. And the other thing is for us, is that parents need to know what happens in the classroom. Because they came from bad experience. I did. I came from bad experience. I went to Peter Lassen, which was West Campus now. I was told at Peter Lassen, all you little boys here, y'all are going to be basically going to prison or going into the military. You're not going to amount to much. These old kids over here, the few, you will do well. I was told that straight in my face. And so our experience has never been, most of us, has not necessarily been positive. So we have a preconceived notion about what we think takes place in the classroom. And part of the dialogue that we wanted to have and learning for parents is that parents can see whether there's collaborative learning taking place, whether there's social emotional learning taking place, whether there's pictures of themselves for the kids up on the wall. Is there learning about world events and not just from a Eurocentric model? All of those things we felt that will be a positive learning experience for parents, as well as a positive learning experience to break the myth of teachers and principals, because it is not only in the classroom, but how parents interact when they come onto the campus and the front desk. Is it positive or is it negative? Is it welcoming? Is it not? All of that is part of how people view what we call worldview. And what we wanted to do is to be able to hopefully have that positive experience. One of the reasons why we collaborate with the school district and with the teachers union and everyone is to be able to say, we're going to do this collaboratively, but we want the parents to be involved. This is history. When you engage in the moment, that's history. When you learn something, that's history. What happens, what you do, what you learn, can make a huge contribution. You can either create an environment, an experience for both the parent and the child, because you cannot separate the child from the parent. There's this perception that those are two separate entities. The parent birthed that child. The child goes home, and the child's continuously learning at home. So you can't separate the two. And so when you bridge those two together, and they all constantly learning, we feel that this is an important moment for parents as part of Black History Moment. And not only to learn the great contributions, the struggles, the aspiration, the experience, and not only for Black parents, but for all parents. We call it Black Parent Involvement Day. Well, we welcome all parents to participate and acquire some of the training of what we say, how you're supposed to act. So I'm sorry I took too long, but I just wanted to give you that background.
Hey, my brother, it is Black History Month. I gave you the time. Hey. So with that being said, we're going to take a vote, starting with student preferential vote. Student preferential vote.
Oh, sorry. Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Motion passed with all voting members as aye. Thank you guys very much. We have the resolution for you. We're going to come take a picture with you guys as well, if we can. All right.
I think they're going to want us to turn around.
I'll get behind, I'm the taller one.
Yeah, she knows she's coming.
That's good. I'm standing back.
Yes, we know where to look. One down.
1, 2, 3. There you go. Thank you.
Enjoy that. Yeah, y'all need volunteers for that. I'll come sit with you.
That sounds good. Sounds good.
Beautiful, brother. Okay. Now we're going to go to item 9.3. Item 9.3. Go on down.
President Rhodes, if I can just comment very quickly as we have our new Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Yvonne Wright, just really take a moment to introduce her to our community. Very excited to have her joining Sac City Unified. And for our board and for our community, we will start with this board meeting with a presentation that is focused on student achievement and do everything that we can to continue to focus on student achievement with at least one presentation that describes some of the work that we're doing related to monitoring and hopefully improving student outcomes on behalf of all of our students in Sac City. So treat this sort of as the beginning of that journey that we want to have with you and with our community.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Before you start, I'd just like to let all my colleagues know, big Southside pride going on right now. She is from the south side of Sacramento, Area 5 to be specific, and she was a Luther Burbank alum, and now she's coming back in this function, so it's a beautiful thing. Thank you for stepping up and taking the position on, especially showing people from the south side of the city that you can be anything and do great things. So thank you so much.
It's a great privilege and an honor to stand here before you as a former graduate of Luther Burbank Senior High School. Go Mighty Titans. I also was a cheerleader. So good evening, Board President Rhodes, trustees, superintendent. Tonight, I will be presenting an overview of student achievement, supports, and strategic priorities. I want to say this is a pleasure in my 6th week in Sac City Unified School District. So we'll work through this presentation. We will probably be using some acronyms. I will try and be really specific about the acronym and what it means, but you also will have this as a reference in your packet. So with every presentation and all the work that we do, we know that it is grounded in our core values and our guiding principles. You have seen this slide before and probably are very familiar with it, but you probably haven't seen the statement on the bottom, the phrase on the bottom, and that is, you can't improve what you can't measure. I think that this phrase is extremely important. And I want you to consider tonight, how as a system can we monitor and measure our students' progress in a way that allows us to take immediate action to impact student achievement in a timely way and change the trajectory of the outcomes. As stated earlier, I will be providing an overview of SUSD's data on student achievement. We'll be presenting to you some of the supports that we receive through technical assistance and the providers, as well as an overview of our strategic priorities. And I just want to emphasize, it's not an overview for information purposes only, but I want to show the interrelatedness of the data and the comprehensive support system and technical assistance that we are receiving as it relates to our strategic priority. And lastly, I'll go into some next steps. So we're going to begin this presentation with data, and we're going to take a look at our ELA SBAC achievement data. This slide probably is a different view of what you normally see on data presentations. This report, we usually report that data in the percentage of students who have met or exceeded standards. The data that you see here is a report of how far away from, on average, students are from meeting the standards. It is representing the last 4 years of data, as well as organized by our student participation groups. The green line that you see there represents the average distance from MET for all students. What is significant here for you to see is that our student groups on average who are farthest away from meeting the standards are our English learners, American Indian, Pacific Islander, African American students who have 96% more attendance, students with no suspensions, and students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged. And so when we take out those factors, you can see there still remains a disparity in achievement between our white students and our African American students. Even when controlling for students with 96% or more attendance, no suspensions, and who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged, there still is a 36 percentage point achievement gap remains for ELA. We can look at this data for SBAC in math by ethnicity and race, and you will notice, again, there is an achievement gap between white and Black and African American students. And this percentage of the percentage of white students who met or exceeded standards in ELA was approximately 40 percentage points higher than students, Black students, and Black or African American students. We also looked at this data to take out those factors of attendance, suspension, and not socioeconomically disadvantaged. And still, there is a disparity in achievement between white students and Black or African American students. Another indicator of health is our cohort A through G rates. And A through G, when students meet the A through G rates, that means they are eligible to qualify to attend a UC or CSU in California. So when you look at this data, less than a quarter of students who are Pacific Islander, those with disabilities, or those experiencing homelessness or foster youth are able to attend a California public university upon graduation. In summary, I want to just point out a few points about this data. When we look at the achievement gap between white and Black and African American students, persisted in the 21-22 SBAC ELA and math results. The percentage of white students who met or exceeded standards in ELA and math was approximately 41 and 40 percentage points respectively, higher respectively than Black and African American students. The achievement gap between white students and Black and African American students is not explained by factors like attendance, socioeconomic disadvantage, or suspension rates. 36 and 43 percentage points achievement gaps remains in ELA and math, respectively. We know that there are other factors that impact student achievement, and I just want to briefly go over some of those points. Along with the achievement gap, we have noticed a feedback gap, and I'll explain what that is. There is an academic readiness feedback gap as it pertains to common assessments in Sac City Unified School District. If a student is Asian or white, they were able to receive academic readiness feedback about 35% and 27% of the time, respectively. If a student is Black or African American, their feedback opportunity drops to 21% of the time, meaning students experiencing homelessness receive this feedback about 10% of the time. Feedback is important to student learning. When students receive ongoing feedback about their performance, they respond and demonstrate higher levels of achievement. Digging down into our English grades, which are another indicator of our health, on one hand, about 77% of secondary English grades earned were in A, B, and C range. But the secondary English grades earned by Black and African American students were so dismal that they were even outperformed by students who, by definition, were English learners or students still learning English. Nearly 72% of English grades received by EL students were in the A, B, and C range. For Black African American students, only about 68%. This means that EL students in Sac City Unified School District have a better chance of performing better in English in our district than Black and African American students by the time they graduate. What relationship does this data have when we talk about comprehensive support and technical assistant? It goes back to Education Code Subdivision G, Section 520-64.5, about the California dashboard. And it is enacted when 3 or more pupil subgroups identified, or if the district has less than 3 or more pupil subgroups, or if all of the school district's pupil subgroups fail to meet priority outcomes in 3 consecutive school years. The district is eligible for support from comprehensive support. And when I say eligible, that doesn't mean you can request it and get it if you want it. Eligible means that it's a mandate that you will participate in comprehensive support. There are 3 levels of assistance identified by CDE, and the department's accountability system is based on student achievement towards the priority outcomes. In level 1 assistance, all schools can receive support, resources, tools, and technical assistance to improve student performance. In level 2, differentiated assistance, you're eligible if any student group meets the criteria for 2 or more LCFF priorities. Sac City has been identified and receives differentiated assistance from CDE. And then level 3 is intensive intervention. And this intervention is for LEAs who are demonstrating persistent performance issues over a period of time. And I think it's important to note that because if you remember those slides that I showed you before, we're showing trends over 4 years, and some of our student groups were not meeting those priority outcomes. This slide represents the student groups that are not meeting those priority outcomes in at least two or more of the priority outcomes. And again, as we saw the data that was broken out on the data slides, you saw those indicators for ELA, for mathematics, for chronic absenteeism, and for attendance. So we are receiving differentiated assistance, and it's being provided to us from 3 entities. One is the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence, CCEE. The other is Sacramento County Office of Education and the California Department of Education. The California Collaborative on Educational Excellence engages the district in cycles of improvement discussions to identify our successes, our areas of need, and ongoing support that is needed for us to sustain improvement. CCEE assesses the district's capacity and provides assistance to make needed improvements that will result in improved student outcomes. And lastly, monitors the district's progress in taking identified actions for improving and providing evidence of improved student achievement. As we continue our partnership with California Collaborative on Educational Excellence, they have expressed some concerns with Sacramento City Unified School District, and these concerns were outlined in a letter to the district. Specifically, the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence is concerned with the amount of evidence that demonstrates the district's inability to identify learning needs of students at the district and the site level. They also raised concern both throughout focused conversations for the SIR-related progress and through a third-party analysis that determined 42% of the SIR actions are contingent upon robust agreements prioritizing the use of cognitive formative assessments for informed improvement. Going back to how do we measure ongoing and in a timely way student learning? And lastly, CCE urges the district through the superintendent's leadership to urgently prioritize a model that promotes deep professional collaboration structures, that prioritizes student data for the purpose of improving student achievement. The letter is in the packet, then you can see a reference to the letter. Sacramento County Office of Education is another provider of technical assistance for our district, and they have provided coaching on how to frame differentiated assistance in the LCAP. They also have hosted quarterly work sessions focused on specific California dashboard indicators like chronic absenteeism or a process like the SPSA development, the Single Plan for Student Achievement. Sacramento County Office of Education has shared best practices on work processes and supported process mapping. They've also supported with the prioritization of identified actions and has funded the work through the Carnegie Foundation. Lastly, we are in partnership with the Department of Education They're providing technical assistance by monitoring our compliance with IDEA, which is Individuals with Disabilities. Also providing support for action planning related to our significant disproportionality status. We fully understand, based on the data that was presented, that there will be ongoing monitoring and technical assistance from multiple entities. It was really important for us as a district to ground and center that work around our strategic priorities. It gives us a way to not be pulled in different directions from these entities, but helps us to focus our work around what we see as to be very important. The strategic priorities of Sac City Unified is grounded in improving the experiences and achievement of students that are least well served. We have developed 5 strategic priorities, and the first 3 priorities is what I'm going to focus on today. Number 1 being high quality instruction to meet the needs of all students with a focus on students least well served. The second is around multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. And the third is culturally responsive professional learning. Just want to take a minute to focus on the diagram. In the center of the concentric circles, you see MTSS and HQI, high quality instruction. And we believe that high quality instruction and MTSS should be at the core of all of our work with those technical assistance entities. High quality instruction is important because we believe that both of them are in the core because we believe that high quality instruction can't exist without multi-tiered system of supports. That if we present instruction that is of high quality students, we are also determining what students need in a timely way and support them within Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 if necessary. So just to highlight high quality instruction, it is a focus on our academic instruction in the classroom. The culture and the climate of the learning environment is also a part of high quality instruction. We also wanted to surface and illuminate trauma-informed and culturally responsive practices. And lastly, that the work and is grounded in the California standards for the teaching profession. To ensure that instruction is culturally responsive and results in impacted student achievement, we have engaged in professional learning around anti-bias, anti-racism, and that work we have done with EPIC Education to build our capacity to develop a common language and a lens to lead equity conversations and projects. There's been work, especially pre-COVID or during COVID, on implementing UDL, Universal Design for Learning. The goal of UDL is to use a variety of teaching methods to remove any barriers to learning and give all students equal opportunities to succeed. And lastly, focusing our attention around teacher clarity, teachers being clear about learning intentions and success criteria, but also students knowing what it is that they are learning and how to measure their progress towards that learning. Cool. I want to go back to this. In summary, I want to say that our curriculum instructional team is working with site leaders to define our definition of high-quality instruction and to develop a comprehensive professional learning system. Our next steps. As the superintendent pointed out, this presentation was to provide an overview of the data, the supports, as well as our priorities and how they are interrelated. February 16th, we plan to provide an in-depth data board presentation outlining the current state of student achievement, including disaggregated data for each priority outcome on the California dashboard. And then March 2nd, a more detailed presentation from our partners who are providing differentiated assistance, and that's COE, CCEE, or CDE. And then in March through June, a series of more in-depth student achievement focused board presentations from our departments focused on each priority strategy.
Thank you so much. Before we go to my colleagues, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one. Terrence Gladney.
Brother Terrence, please come up. And Terrence is going to come up to the microphone very quickly.
Sorry about that.
Happy Black History Month.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get this done in 2 minutes, but obviously that's a lot of information to absorb. I was just going through the slides. To reference the slide that talks about how a system is designed, I would like to recommend that you guys append that to you can't improve what you don't measure. We know that dollars drive decisions and dynamics in the district, so I don't see any monetary attachment to how much we're actually spending. The constant has always been the achievement gap for generations. But the delta and the variant has been the amount of money we received. So we're getting more and more money when we talk about needing dollars, but yet this is a static line that just goes across the board. So, are we really talking about improving things, or we're just talking about looking at the same data? Dr. Eldridge, when board member Morawski was here, he's talking about what the data looked like for a subset of students that took assessments. And he said, I don't need to see the other 85% if 15% took them, because it will carry on that this is consistent. So we can look at this data again and again and again, but the outcomes remain the same. Let's talk about how much we're spending and where we're spending it. On the slide about student outcomes, I think it's page maybe 15. We talk about high quality instruction, which is how we teach, but we don't talk about what we teach, which I feel is far more important. If I have no interest in martial arts, you could reincarnate Bruce Lee himself. I'm not going to be an engaged learner. You guys know that I graduated from Berkeley High School in 1996. I feel like this district celebrates mediocrity. I graduated not only having taken ethnic studies, which we celebrated the last 5 years as being something that we're uplifting and celebrating that we achieved. I had a comprehensive African American studies across the board program, literature, history, Swahili, Afro-Haitian dance. So we touched on all the core subjects, focusing on Black people. So in this moment of Black History Month and African Americans continually being even worse than English learners performing in these outcomes, why do we have schools that are focused on Waldorf instruction? We have George Washington Carver. We have all these schools that are focused on students' needs so that they feel comfortable in this district, but the ones that continually underperform or are underserved or continually ignored don't have a space. I challenge you guys to look at how we provide African-American presence and upliftment in all curriculum. We have right upstairs curriculum review, and I reviewed it, and African-Americans are still a footnote. So the resolution sounds nice on paper, on video, on a recording, but how are we actually enacting policies that back up words that we continue to put forward? Because it's trash. Lastly, we talk about graduation rates, and those continue to be, improving, at least on paper. I would like to see in the data that comes forward, what percentage of four-year students actually attend their high school 4 years through? I'm not talking about the mechanisms we have in place like Accelerated Academy, American Legion, where we divert students as part of their 4 years and keep their ADA at their home school and then allow them to walk with their classmates in their school colors. I'm talking about they have access to the entire curriculum from day 1 to the end of year 4. In Black History Month, let's be real. Black is real. This data is real. This failure is real. Stop throwing words and acronyms around. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Terrence. Do we have any other public comment?
There is none.
Okay, moving on to my colleagues. Member Singh.
Just really quick, Terrence, thank you. Did anybody capture all those requests? Because if we did not, I would like to see if we can actually get the data that was requested. Thank you.
Is that all, Member Singh? Okay. Round 2 for you later. Member Villa.
I just broke that. Sorry. Okay. So for the time that I've been on this board, this information is not new to me. And it's not new to this board. It's not new to the superintendent. It's not new to anybody here. And it's still so unsettling to me. And like Chris, Board Member Pritchett mentioned, safety. This is something that I think about all the time. It's insanity. We can't measure. So how do we really improve anything that we can't measure? You know, I'm looking at here at page 21, the achievement gap, the feedback gap, all of these gaps that we know, they're still there. You know, our inability to identify, our lack of district-wide assessments. You cannot silo the work in one site. It has to be shared district-wide so we can get the services needed to everyone. And this drives me bonkers. Why do we think that we can do this in an individual basis, in an individual school site? We need to have assessments. We need feedback gap. I don't want the gap. We have the feedback. We know what the problem is. You have literally given us the data for the past 4 years. We see it. So this is what I talk about this all the time in my personal life. I see the problem, so what's the solution? We know what the solution is. So, you know, I can sit here and ask the superintendent, I can ask you, you know, other than getting the CDE, the level 2 help and support that we need, which is way beyond past what we need at this point. We know that. You know, other than MTSS, which we know is doing the work. Superintendent, maybe you could answer this, because honestly, looking at these numbers, it's so unsettling to me, and it makes me extremely angry that we're year after year, same demographics, same numbers, same high inability to assess and measure and get our students help. You know, I don't want our public comments are here telling us we already know the problem. So, Superintendent, what are some things other than assessments? How do we get our students to where we need to be? Because I don't want to sit here for another 2 years and see the same data. I can't. It's unacceptable. It is literally insanity to me that we are not serving those students who need it the most.
Thank you for your questions, Member Villa. What we anticipate doing as we bring back some of these presentations is highlighting some of what is working. And certainly what is working very collaboratively with all staff members and creating both vision and mission statements and commitments and shared accountability, fostering accountability that are all centered around meeting the needs of our students. And I look forward to bringing some of those examples to you in the near future because yes, we do have what might be termed as deserts of despair, but we also have some pockets of excellence. And the idea for us is not that we will try to just scale from a numbers perspective, but rather from a mindset perspective. And it is happening, and we're going to look forward to presenting some of that information.
I appreciate that because, like I said, I don't want the next 2 years or the next year. Every year, it's this data And again, we know, look how long we've been looking back and we're still seeing historically the same stuff. And like I mentioned earlier, all these different gaps that we know are happening throughout the district, it starts at each school site. So whatever we can do to support, this can't be siloed work. This has to be district level, across the board, everybody get on board, because this is what we're here to do, to serve students, and we're not doing it. And this isn't on you. I'm furious. It makes me very angry that we are not serving students the way that they should be supported throughout our district. So I appreciate this presentation. Every time I see these gaps in these numbers, it's hard for me to swallow, but we are going to continue to do the good work. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Villa. Next, we're going to Member Jean.
All right, thank you for all this information. As Member Villa says, it's disturbing, not surprising, etc. My main questions have to do kind of around the strategic priorities. Can I be reminded where these came from again?
Thank you for the question, Member Jean. In large part, it was the result of some work that we began to do about a year ago, both as a staff, as a cabinet, as a leadership team as well, trying to figure out how we make sure that we create greater cross-functionality, greater interdependence between staff across the district to make sure that the focus continues to be on changing student outcomes. We also incorporated some of the work that we are doing, again, through direct technical assistance, through differentiated assistance as well, through some of the work that is being monitored through CDE around special ed as well. And rather than try to engage in work that was only responsive to each of those entities, we felt that it was important to bring together a set of focus areas that would allow us to respond to each of the concerns that had been established through each of those entities as a result of Ed Code that resulted in us being identified as districts that needed to be monitored in the case of CCEE, in the case of differentiated assistance. Because of these results, I felt that that it'd be very difficult for us to try to meet the needs of each of those separate entities, but rather create more overarching priority areas focused on high quality instruction to meet the needs of all of our students, but particularly our most marginalized students based on the data outcomes that we were producing, as well as making sure that, again, that cross-functional interdependency was the result of this work.
So which staff predominantly deliver the high quality instruction, the multi-tiered systems of supports, and the culturally responsive professional learning?
That would be through curriculum and instruction.
So that would be the culturally responsive professional learning. But the high quality instruction and the MTSS will be predominantly delivered by the teachers in our district, yes? Meaning it's their job to have high quality instruction. It is their job to participate in MTSS at level 1 and then be specialized in the levels tiers 2 and 3, yes?
Correct. And what I'd like to just also reiterate with that comment, Member Jean, is we want to bring some updates around that work as well, particularly as it relates to how we are envisioning and actually starting to see some of that work happening through our collaborative time, of course, through a focused approach on making sure that we are working very closely around instructional coherence and creating instructional frameworks as well. Again, I didn't want to bring all of that in one presentation, but we're excited to be able to do that in the upcoming presentations.
So I'm sitting here kind of processing it through my brain as an 18-year classroom teacher, and how we know there are huge inequities in our system. We know that as a teacher, I am walking into a system that has been shaped and formed by so many factors that I have zero control over. And yet, what makes me effective is to step into the role of what I can do and the changes I can make. And in 18 years, I've learned so much through my interaction with around 3,000 students. According to experts, after 10 years, you're an expert in the classroom. And yet, so often as a teacher, I feel like things are done to me, not with me, because I'm not brought into the conversation. It doesn't feel like my contributions and my experiences, my heart is here. This needs to change. I know I am doing everything I possibly can to make it change. And I believe that our staff is in that same space, and they're as frustrated as we are, and they're as overwhelmed as we are. Are we partnering with them? Are they partnering with us? Are we working collaboratively to have these hard conversations, to have each other's backs, to recognize that each one of us is invested in all of these precious, beautiful babies that we're here to educate and care for? So I really want to hear more about the collaboration and the efforts that are being made to work with the folks that are on the ground with the kids, delivering the high quality instruction, delivering the MTSS. I'm just not even going to say it. And I didn't hear a lot of that in this conversation. I heard a lot more of the 30,000 foot view. And I know that the disconnect between that 30,000 foot view and that in the classroom every day with the kiddos view, we need to bridge that gap. That has to be a priority of this work, or the next 2 years we'll have the exact same data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jean. And we're going to go to Member Singh for round 2.
Thank you, Tara. I think Tara did echo most of what I was going to say, but since I had my light on, I thought I'd just go with it. I do want to thank Ms. Wright. I know you're 6 weeks into this job, but we have the same sense of urgency, which I'm sure you do too. So what I'm really looking for is for us to be able to collaborate with our teachers, collaborate with our partners, with our labor partners. I say that just because it's all about trying to figure out who has the best kind of handle on what is going on in our classrooms. And I don't have the 18 years. Did you say 18? Yeah. 18. I don't have 18 years of teaching experience, but I did have about 2. And I will say that it's amazing how quickly you pick up on what the needs of children are and how frustrating it can get very, very quickly to not be able to deliver. And sometimes the only way we got things done is collaborating with, like, I shared a classroom with another teacher. So I just asked him all the time, like, what do you do? Because you've been doing this for a long time. But I don't want that here. I want to make sure our staff collaborates with our teachers and works directly with them so they can feel supported. And folks like me who have been teaching or had been teaching don't leave the profession because they don't get the support that they wanted. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Singh. We're going over to Member Kayada.
So I just want to kind of underline a theme I picked up here and put a real word on it, which is failure. We're failing these kids. These kids who are on the wrong side of the line, these kids who you put the box around who are completely disproportionately doing well in our system. It sticks with you as a family, it sticks with you as a student, and I'm really glad we're focusing on that. What I'm hearing from you, and several times we met over the past 6 weeks, is a commitment to, I think, do what hasn't happened yet, which is go from the data to the plan to the execution. It's that third step, and that's where we need to be, to Member Villa's point. I'm really excited. I share the comments the other board members have set up here tonight. I would add, I would like to hear, in addition to kind of the staff you mentioned coming up here to speak and our partners, someone from a school site, a principal, maybe a teacher, to really give us an on-the-ground perspective at some point, in our next series of meetings. Because I think that, I haven't been directly involved in this, but having watched this occur, watching board meetings over the past several years, it seems like we have really amazing plans and they never get executed, and I don't really know why yet. And I think maybe if we hear from a little further down, we might get to know that and be able to make the pivots that we need to do to make sure we deliver on what you've just told us tonight. And again, thank you very much, and really happy to have you here. And I love your commitment to this. It's very obvious when you speak. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Kayada Singh, that we have no other board comments. Just like to say thank you for your presentation, the consistent reminder of where we're at and where we need to be. And I look forward to working with you and all of our partners to make that happen. This is an informational item, so there is no need to vote. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll go on to item 9.4. I had the urge to do the Jerry Maguire thing, but I did not do that. Okay. Yeah, show me the money, right? Yeah. Okay. I know. Oh, I should have. That's a loss on me. Sorry, too many dad jokes today. But Rose, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board President, board members, and the public. Tonight, we're presenting to you all the Governor's 23-24 budget proposal. Let's see, and I guess I'm controlling this. And here are our core values that you've seen in the past and our guiding principles. I'm not going to read those because we have several slides to get through tonight. And a list of acronyms that we'll try to define these as we're going through the presentation. And for the agenda tonight, we have with us tonight Leilani Aguinaldo. She is the Director of Governmental Relations with School Services of California. She will be providing the governor's budget proposal, and then I'll take over and share with you the impact on the district's multi-year projections. So I'll turn that over to you.
Great. Thanks, Rose. Hello, Board President, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. Happy to be here. Happy New Year, 2023. It's been a hot minute since I've been here in front of you all in person, and for many of you, I'm seeing you for the first time. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to be part of the presentation. So I was asked to come and to give an overview of the governor's budget proposal for 23-24 that he released on January 10. It is a very different budget from what we've seen the last few years. The reason for that is because of persistent inflation, rising interest rates, lingering supply chain issues, et cetera, that continue to stifle growth both nationally and for the state of California. And for this reason, the governor's budget proposal for 23-24 does forecast a drop in general fund revenues relative to the 22-23 enacted budget that was just adopted a few months or last summer. And it's a shortfall of $29.5 billion for the state general fund. Again, that's relative to the 22-23 enacted budget that was adopted last summer. I included here at the bottom of the slide the long-term forecast for personal income taxes, recognizing that personal income tax revenues are only one portion of the general fund revenues. It is a significant portion. And so I figured that by showing here the difference between what was projected for personal income tax revenues, the blue bars are the enacted budget, the yellow are the updated projections that were included in the governor's budget proposal. So you can see there the big differences in each of the fiscal years, starting with the current year. In the budget year alone, in 23-24, it's a projected drop in personal income tax revenues of more than $17 billion. So even though the governor's budget, big numbers there, big differences that we're seeing relative to the enacted budget, but I do want to underscore that there are still significant risks included in the governor's budget proposal. One of the biggest considerations is that California remains reliant on a progressive tax system that is extremely volatile. What that means is we're continuing to rely on our highest income earners and their personal income tax revenues that are generated. So when things are good, as they have been for our high wage earners for the last few years, we see the benefits of that. When things are bad, we see it in the stock market, we see it in their income, their capital gains taxes, et cetera. That's why it becomes very volatile. And then, of course, just listing out a few other things. The other thing that I do think is worth noting from this slide is that the governor's budget forecast, even though, again, there's that downturn or that shortfall of $29.5 billion relative to the enacted budget, he is not assuming a recession in his budget proposal. Okay, so relative to other economists that are projecting a recession, his is more on the optimistic side, I would say, right? But even with that, showed you what the numbers mean or what that means for the state general fund. What does this mean for K-12? What does this mean for Proposition 98? So Proposition 98, per state law, is a minimum funding guarantee for K-14 schools. So it is the funding, a minimum guarantee for community colleges as well. But what those numbers at the general fund level translate to for K-12 is demonstrated here on this graph. So I apologize on the bottom there to identify the bars. So the in dark red, those are the numbers that were included in the enacted state budget, and in gray are the numbers that are now updated for the governor's budget proposal. On the left, those two bars are for 21-22. The two bars on the right are for 22-23. So what this is showing us is that relative to the enacted budget, and again, this is specific to Proposition 98, for 21-22, the prior year, there is a little bit of an uptick because we have the actual state revenues. So now we know it's about a $200 million increase for the prior year. But in the current year, 22-23, we see that there is a very significant drop in Proposition 98 from the $110 billion that was included in the enacted budget for the current year. Now he's updated that number to just shy of $107 billion. So in the current year, that's a drop in Proposition 98 of $3.4 billion alone. So that's a huge gap that he's going to have to make up for. So, and then just, to continue it along for 23-24, what the governor has projected is that Proposition 98, the minimum guarantee, will be at $108.8 billion, which is slightly above, what the updated number is for the current year, but still below the 22-23 enacted level for the current year, okay? So good news, bad news, right? So as I stated, the governor does not include a recession in his budget proposal. So what this means, though, is at the end of 23-24, Proposition 98, we have a reserve now that we haven't had in years past. We have a rainy day fund just for the Proposition 98 side of the budget. And what the governor includes in his budget proposal is at the end of the current fiscal year, if everything goes the way he has planned or he's projecting, we would have $8.5 billion in the Proposition 98 rainy day fund. Why this can translate to good news? If the economy goes further in decline between now and the May revision, or between now and when the enacted budget is finalized for 23-24, then at that point, there are statutory formulas that will allow us to draw down part of the rainy day reserve. So this $8.5 billion is basically a cushion that we haven't had in years past when we've had recessions, when we have had downturns, and when we've had to do cuts or deferrals on the Prop 98 side of the budget. So just really pointing out that's $8.5 billion that the governor has not yet touched in this budget proposal. So that's something out there. So if things do get worse, there's a little bit of a safety net for us there. LCFF. So the LCFF continues to be the biggest investment in the state budget on the Proposition 98 side. The statutory COLA, the governor has projected it to be 8.13%, very high number, unprecedented, year-over-year increase still, and the cost to the state will be $4.7 billion in order to fund that statutory COLA for LCFF. The total cost for LCFF is going to be $5.04 billion, okay? So that's including the COLA, and the thing that's important to point out here is that of that $5 billion, that's going to be the cost of the 23-24 LCFF funding increase, 1.4 billion of that is reliant on one-time funding. So that's a very precarious position to be in. So one of the big questions we have to ask is, okay, if LCFF, the increase to LCFF is going to cost more than $5 billion ongoing, and that 1.4 billion of it is coming from one-time funds, we have to ask ourselves, okay, what's going to happen in the out years, right? How are we going to be able to continue to afford not just the COLA that's projected for 23-24, but all of the other increases that are built into that? So wanted to include here for multi-year budgeting purposes. So these are the COLAs that are projected for the out years. So you can see big decline there between 23-24 and 24-25. Also included here, because these are all critical numbers for multi-year projections, the unemployment insurance rate, which we don't expect to change. CalSTRS, we're still forecasting that will stay the employer rate at 19.10%. However, wanted to pull out the CalPERS rates for you because what was likely included in your multi-year projections at first interim, these are updated numbers for the PERS employer contribution rates that we only discovered in December, right? So most school districts did not include these updated PERS employer contribution rates in their first interim budgets because these numbers were not public or widely available at that time. So you can see that for 23-24, there is an increase in the PERS employer contribution rates from 25.20 to 27%. And then taking that out a few years further in 25-26, it's at this point, the PERS board has adopted an employer contribution rate, which is approaching 29% in 25-26. Again, these are adopted rates that have been adopted by the PERS governing board. So the big, I won't say surprise, but the big thing that was unexpected in the governor's budget was a proposed retroactive cut to the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. This was included in the governor's enacted budget, a total of $3.5 billion, but the governor's budget proposal proposes to cut it by a third. He proposes to cut $1.2 billion from this arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. You heard me call it a retroactive cut. The reason I'm calling it a retroactive cut is because districts have already received half this money. You already received half your money in December, and under current law, you're slated to receive the other half of your money in, I think, May of 2023. Budget negotiations, we have a slide at the end which will talk through the budget timeline for you. The budget won't be finalized until June 30. Hopefully, right? So it's in place by the fiscal year. So in effect, it's going to be a retroactive cut. You'll have gotten all of this money because that's what was built into the enacted budget, and then you'll be expected to somehow repay some of it, a third of it, if this budget proposal goes through. Needless to say, this is going to be a big point of advocacy. This is going to be a pretty disruptive cut, to say the least, for not just Sac City Unified, but all districts around the state. And I think Rose will be able to quantify exactly what this amount will mean for our district. So my last slide tonight, what's not in the budget? So in years past, just in the last few years alone, actually, we've gotten used to a number of different one-time categorical programs. We just talked about the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund. That was another big one-time grant that was included in the 22-23 budget. A lot of different one-time pots of money that districts like Sac City have received the last few years. There's nothing like that in this governor's budget proposal. I mentioned already that he is not including any sort of withdrawal from the Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund. There's no pension relief. In years past, districts have benefited from some form of one-time funds from the state in order to help offset those regular increases to PERS and STRS employer contribution rates, so that is missing in this budget as well. And then finally, for the first time since the last few years, again, there's nothing in the budget that's tied specifically to COVID relief. And with that, I will turn it back to Rose. And I'm happy to stay for any questions as well.
Thank you, Leilani. Okay, so what does this mean for the district and its multi-year projections, and specifically our budget for this year? So as Leilani explained, that 8.13% COLA is proposed for the coming year. So for this year, the only thing that we're looking at, I will be sharing on the subsequent slide, but it's related to that potential art block grant reduction. So for this year, our LCFF does stay the same. What you're seeing here on this slide is the impact of the COLA on our LCFF. So this year stays the same. You'll see all the columns pretty much identical. In year two, which is 23-24, the impact of that 8.13% is about a $12.7 million increase compared to what we were estimating at first interim. Now, that increase is made up of two buckets of money. It's made up of our base grant, which is applied for all of our student population, and then our supplemental concentration grant, which is a calculation that's based on our unduplicated pupil count, those students that are our targeted populations. And so there's two calculations for that. And then in the out years, you're also seeing in 24, 25, an increase in our LCFF as well. But as Leilani explained, in that 24, 25 year, that COLA that was applied is slightly lower than what we were estimating at first interim. And so she shared with you that the governor's proposal does reduce the COLA in the out years. It increases it significantly, the proposal for next year, but the out years, it is lower than when we were estimating at first interim. So next slide here. So here's the overall impact to the district's multi-year projections. And the top slide, what we did was we imposed the major categories of the governor's budget proposal on our multi-year projection as a first interim. And then the table beneath that is our first interim that we presented to you all in December. So in the top slide, that top chart, what we're including there is that 8.13% COLA, the reduction in the arts music block grant, which for us, that 1/3 represents about $7 million, a little over $7 million, and then $6.3 million increase out of the Prop 28 art grant that was approved by voters last November. So yeah, overall, the budget does look much better compared to first interim based on this governor's budget proposal. But of course, you know, this is just a proposal, and I'll go into that shortly. And then, of course, we're going to have time for questions, so I'm just about at the tail end here. So as Leilani explained, we do have some budget concerns that, you know, we just have to put them out there just for your information. Not sure if these will materialize, but one of the big ones here for us is that the revenue forecasts do not include additional funding for COVID-19 mitigation. It is true that we've gotten it pretty manageable, but it has not completely gone away. And just to put it in perspective for you, our district received federal and state funding to mitigate COVID learning loss and to disinfect and all the other prevention measures in excess of about $300 million. And we pretty much spent those categories of monies. We have some left that's going to last us through one more year. But those funds were used for things like disinfecting, addressing learning loss, additional support service for students. And since we're not out of the woods with COVID-19, as that money dwindles away, we're not sure if we're still going to face some of those same expenses in the out years. And if we don't have money to cover that, then we're just going to have to be very cognizant that it's going to have to come from somewhere. So we just have to put it out there in the event that that does occur. And then, of course, as Leilani explained, the recession, it's not accounted for in the governor's proposal either. And then our district, like many, are still wrestling with declining enrollment. It's kind of calmed down a little bit this year, but we saw some significant declines during our COVID period. And so we're hoping that we'll recapture some of those losses. And then the PERS and STIRS, those are the pension cost increases. And then, of course, as we work with our providers, we know that our health and welfare benefit cost increases. We've not seen the end of those double-digit increases, as we keep hearing that the impact of COVID has not fully materialized through those increased rates. We're hearing things about long COVID and what impact that can possibly have on our population. So just, again, just some other factors to be, just on the lookout for. And then, as Leilani explained, here, this is a very important slide because this is the state budget and the legislation timeline. So right now, we're at the very beginning stages of the budget for the coming year, which is the governor's unveiling of his initial proposals. And then what happens from here to May? May is the other second super important time frame for us. There's some negotiations and budget hearings and lots of deals that get made. And then finally in May, and not finally, that's just another point in time, in May, he releases what's referred to as the May revision. That his proposals get revised after some negotiations. This is important for school districts because, as you know, what happens in May is that we start to build our budgets in May because we have to present them to you in early June. It's a very lengthy process. And so they have to be adopted in June. But yet we do not have a state enacted budget at that time. All we have is the May revision, which is, again, an estimate of what the state thinks that the state budget's going to look like for the coming year. And so we use that to inform our budget. So we come to you in June, we present the budget, and you adopt it. And then in June, the state enacts the budget, governor signs the budget. And then what happens after that, there's often some budget trailer bills that come out, cleanup language for some of the new initiatives or existing initiatives. And we'll come back to you in August with a 45-day revise and let you know what is the impact of the final enacted budget, any potential changes, and then we'll continue to bring those your way. So we're just at a starting point right now. That's where we're at in this whole budget process. So it's a little lengthy. And for the district, we're just starting to run these numbers. And for us, our budget development has already started. We started last October with our enrollment projections, and then and also estimating what next year's revenues would look like, meeting with all of our school sites and our departments and reviewing those numbers with them so they can understand the impact on their school sites as well. And then our next reporting period is second interim. We'll come to you in March, presented March 16th board meeting. And then, as I stated earlier, the governor will release the May revise in May, which will inform our next year's budget. And then finally, the state enacted budget. So just that's pretty much our next steps. And so now I can turn it over to any questions the board may have.
Thank you so much, Rose. Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
Okay, then turning this over to my colleagues. Do we have any board member comments? Member Kayada.
Still kind of formulating it, so.
First draft.
Yes, first draft, thank you. I guess the sense I'm getting here is, the two people we just heard from, it's your job to make sure we're safe, that we have a budget we can support for 3 years. But our job up here is to make sure we can invest in our students and pursue student outcomes. And I'm trying to synthesize that in a way that, I don't want to say something that I'm not meaning to say, I guess. I watched the governor's budget presentation. I've read the proposal. I'm not really seeing it the same way. It seems rosy, sure, but not unreasonable, not out of the realm. And as Leilani, I'm sorry, I forget, yes. As it is right now, he's already saying he actually built in a cushion by not touching the reserves, right? So it actually is not completely aggressive. On top of that, a big takeaway that I got from the governor's proposal and support we've seen from the legislature as well so far is a commitment that we might need to make cuts in some places in the state budget, but education is going to be protected. Am I wrong with that, I guess? I'm just trying to synthesize what I saw and what I've read with what I'm hearing today.
There is a cut in the budget. It's a $1.2 billion cut to the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant. So, and I think as demonstrated in this slide as well, there is a decline in Proposition 98 revenues or the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee in the current year, right? So there is definitely a downturn in our Proposition 98 revenues, and the governor has done a very solid job in trying to shield districts as much as possible with that, but there definitely is a cut because, and if the proposal goes forward, you would see it as a 1/3 reduction in the district's share of the arts, music, instructional materials discretionary block grant. What I failed to point out is just as a reminder, on the bottom here, these are all of the allowable uses in statute for this discretionary block grant, which is why it's been very problematic for many districts around the state that have that are counting on these dollars for things like, the pension costs or one-time salary bonuses or anything like that. I'm not sure what the conversation is here locally, but this is going to be a disruptive cut for districts if this proposal goes forward.
I think I'm going to need to pass it if anyone else is in the queue because I'm still thinking. So.
No problem. We're going to go to Member Singh.
So thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask, I guess, more specifically about the district itself. I understand, I'll just say this. This is a statewide budget, so these numbers look super scary, but we're also one district in a giant state of 45 million people. So when I hear that we have cuts to the arts and music funding. We have cuts to Prop 98. You can go to that slide, actually, the Prop 98 slide. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm like, oh, that looks drastic. And then when I look at the numbers, I'm like, well, it's really not that drastic, in my opinion, when you look at the greater picture of things. So I think what I want to know more is how do we actually have a better understanding of how this is affecting us locally, right? So I get it. These are cuts. I also understand, like, if you had these cuts and we're looking at these cuts amounting to maybe $5 million in loss, but we're sitting on $97 million in reserve funds, it's really not that big of a deal. So I think I need to understand the bigger picture here of how this is impacting us locally. I'm not too concerned about this. I'm more concerned about how these two areas that you just mentioned would affect us locally in our district, and if so, to what level and to what amount.
Yeah, let me go back to so for the arts piece, it was about 7 million that we would be seeing a reduction in, approximately. And so for us, that was going to fund some additional services that we were being provided with some of our other one-time sources. It was going to buy us another year of time. We have a lot of our COVID dollars that are expiring next year. Our last chunk of COVID dollars expires next year, September of 24. That's our ESSER 3 funds. And currently in that pot of money, we have about $36 million in positions that are funding a variety of positions across the district, additional teachers, additional support staff, et cetera. So this art music block grant, it's kind of an odd title because it implies that it's specifically for arts, but it's not. It's a discretionary block grant. Leilani can tell you the background at the state why it was titled that way, but the idea was to give districts flexibility and to allow them to use that for the increasing pension costs or some other costs. And long story short, we were going to use that money. We were banking on that to use it to buy us more time to continue to fund some of these positions that were very much needed in our district. And then, hoping that our COLA would materialize, our enrollment would stabilize, and we would be able to roll those positions in to more permanent funding sources.
So specific to that, wow, this is really loud. Specific to that, you just mentioned that we have $36 million left in COVID money that's set to expire. So would that be COVID money we can use to offset the specific $7 million in anticipated funding loss?
Yeah, let me clarify. I'm sorry. The $36 million that I was referring to, it's currently being spent right now.
Okay.
It's earmarked for positions. There's people hired in those roles, and they cost about $36 million per year.
Okay, so then my follow-up is, how much COVID dollars do we actually have left in total? Or are you saying that we have 36 million and we're going to spend it all?
I'd have to kind of go back and look at that, our ESSER 3 funds, how much we have specifically left, because the way those are designed, there was a plan that was approved by the board when we first got those funds for different initiatives. And so each category is spending according to their plan. And so some may have a little more, I'm not exactly sure overall how much we have left. But it's not that we have money that's not earmarked for anything. All those funds were earmarked for specific purposes and specific uses. And I can give you some examples. Some of them are paying for things like our shade structures. At that time, our students were encouraged to eat outdoors for safety reasons. And so we did not have shade structures at all of our elementary schools, but we had places for our middle and high schools to, properly space out and eat meals. It paid for testing. It paid for additional counselors, additional social workers, additional contact tracers. I mean, it's a pretty lengthy list. And so all of those funds with ESSER 3 were for, I believe we have maybe about 25 different items that it paid for to address COVID, whether it's learning loss or mitigating.
And that's the last budget, correct?
That's the last funding,
Okay.
yes, that we got.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other members? Member Jean.
So I'm kind of with Member Kayada and trying to figure out what it is I want to say, because when you start thinking perspectives and how you choose to look at something, there's lots of ways to look at stuff. I'm looking at the what's not in the proposed budget slide. And I'm looking at the pension relief. And it's true that CalPERS is going up. And it's true that CalSTRS remain stagnant. And then I went back a couple pages and it said that these are subject to change based on the respective governing boards. And I know that a few years back, there was a huge partnership to be able to stabilize these funds that we know are so important for our public employees. And I'm a little frustrated that we're creating this sense of uncertainty there when CalSTRS is not going up anytime soon. It's supposed to stay at 19.1. And the CalPERS is going up. We do need to plan for that. It feels like we're painting a picture a certain direction. And that's just one example of about 4 or 5 I saw. And I want to celebrate that we've got 8.13 coming in. Now, I know in May that can change, and I know in June they're going to officially approve it. But that's huge for us. That's exciting for us. And we went through that so fast. It's also true that in the upcoming years, those amounts went down a little bit. That the governor changed that. More's coming in this year and less is coming in the future years. It's also frustrating when we say that things went down. Well, it went down because a year ago we were hoping it was going to be up, and now we've realized it's not, so we changed our predictions. These are all predictions. So the way it's getting phrased is, I don't mind being cautious. That is our responsibility. These are public funds paid by tax dollars, and they deserve to know where it's going. Additionally, these monies are generated by the students in our classroom today, particularly our UPP students who deserve to have these funds spent on them. And the number one way we impact them is by funding employees that work with them. And we've got to look at that 8.13 and go, how do we address the reality that we are understaffed and have too many open positions all the way throughout the district? That has to be something we're looking at. So I don't know that I have a question. I'm just kind of mimicking where Taylor started us with and trying to process that. And it's maybe because I'm a newbie and I'm figuring all this out on a much bigger scale than I have before. So thank you for listening to my rambles. And if a question comes up, I'll jump back in the queue.
Thank you. Statements or rambles or questions are all valid. It looks like Member Cayetta.
Yeah, I don't actually have any more questions. I thought I might. Ultimately, I just would close for myself on this item as saying, in the past 10, 15 years, the legislature and the voters of California have shown a very, very strong commitment to safeguarding TK to 14 education. And I think we need to be good stewards of those funds in 2 ways. One, to make sure we don't go broke, but also to make sure we're spending the money that voters and the legislature have given us to improve education in our state. So that's the balance for me, ultimately. And I do appreciate the information you're giving us. I'm looking at it slightly differently, but not, from a different side of the moon, right? It's just a different perspective on what it means and the impact for our district. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cayetta. That is not a bad balance. Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Rhodes. Rose, in regard to the block grant that we're losing, I know we had hired several positions that you mentioned, correct, under that block grant? Or was it, no, I'm sorry, it was under the COVID relief dollars, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And so because we're not getting, and I know when these positions were hired, it was under the understanding that this may not continue. And then we have to find other ways to fund these very, very important positions, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so this is scary when I see red on this. Because I know that somehow you'll, try to maneuver, and we'll hope to God that we don't see as many cuts as projected. But I'm looking forward to seeing when you come back, because I definitely don't want to lose any positions that are much needed for our students.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Jean.
Since you mentioned the arts music grant and Prop 28, I'm now on page 14 looking again. How much money are we anticipating getting because of the Prop 28 that was just passed?
We estimated roughly 6.3 million.
And that would start next year, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so the 7.3 million, how much of that is a cut for this year?
7.3.
Okay, so that's the third or whatnot that we're expecting to have to, okay.
Correct.
But we're getting 6.13 next year.
Correct.
So it's really $1 million difference?
I suppose.
If I could
yeah, go ahead.
help
Yeah,
with
please.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why, right, because of the labeling, right, because it's the Proposition 28 arts music funding, and then for the discretionary block grant, it's the arts music instructional materials discretionary block grant. So just to emphasize the discretionary nature of the one-time grant, because for the Prop 28 funding that will be going to school districts starting next year, there are some pretty steep requirements in how those funds can be spent. So whereas the one-time block grant can be spent on things like pension obligations, the Proposition 28 initiative funds that will be coming to you starting next year, they have to be spent on arts and music, and 80% of those dollars do have to be spent on staff as well.
Wouldn't pension obligations be considered staff spending?
Not under Proposition 28.
Really?
Under Proposition 28, they have to be spent on arts and music instructors. 80% of the dollars have to be
But
spent
don't
on
they get
arts.
a pension?
That would be a portion of the expense, but the entire amount couldn't be used just for pension
Right, no, I definitely support that. And I cannot speak to previous decisions, and I know that when you're looking at budget and we get flexibility, we put monies everywhere. But if the arts and music grant was supposed to be spent on arts and music, I don't understand why you would be spending it on pensions of people that weren't providing arts and music. So to me, this feels like the governor made a decision to go, oh, Prop 28's been passed and we have a different resource there. Great, we're going to shift this funding here in this way. To me, that seems like a logical choice. I get that in the next 3-4 months, we might have to make a couple of decisions because the money we were expecting has shifted. But I'm also looking at $30 million sitting here that's going to cover that and a $1 million difference next year, unless I'm misreading things. Again, I didn't want to nitpick because I'm still processing them and I'm new, but I'm just, there's a lot of ways to look at numbers.
Can I try? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. However, with the discretionary one, not the one that's Prop 28. Prop 28, the way I also look at it is that with that funding comes new expenses. So it's not going to necessarily alleviate anything. Whereas the other grant that was discretionary, we were going to be able to apply that to an existing expense that did not have a funding source. That was the proposed plan for the district. And for us, that was part of that $36 million ESSER 3 fund, funded positions that will expire soon. So I hope that kind of explains that. So now we just have to, that $36 million, it's now going to be short that $7.3 million, if,
Right.
put it in simple terms.
So that's something we'll want to keep an eye on as we look at the second interim and what our plans are.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Member Jean. And going to Member Singh.
Super specific question. You said 80% of that $6 million must go towards salaries for arts teachers. Is that correct?
Correct. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes, 80% of the Prop 28 funds must be spent on arts music instructors. And I should also say that there's a supplement, not supplant requirement in that as well, which we're still trying to unpack and learn a little bit more about. But it's intended to supplement existing expenditures.
Okay. You might not have this answer right now, Rose, but my simple math says $4.8 million, which will go towards salaries for arts teachers. Do you know how much we currently spend on our arts teachers at the moment?
Oh, I don't.
I
currently
wouldn't
have that,
expect you to, but
I can provide that. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Seeing that there's no more comments from my colleagues and this is an informational item, I would like to just thank Rose for coming up today. Oh, you're still going to be here as well for a second. So we're going to move on to item 9.5, Board Policy 3100.
Okie doke. And this is just an informational item just to share with the board since many of you were not on this board when this policy was adopted. Let's see. Okay, same thing. We only have one acronym here that we'll be using. We'll just be going over two of the major items that are included in this board policy 3100, the reserves for economic uncertainty and the use of one-time funds. So here, I'm not going to read that whole thing for you, just highlight a couple of things, but basically the reserves for economic uncertainty that was adopted by our board called for increasing the minimum reserve to a 5% level. And this was approved or adopted during a time when the district was undergoing some severe fiscal issues, and we were comparing ourselves to neighboring districts that were larger, smaller, and some of the trends out there for districts that went ahead and had a reserve that was higher than the state minimum. And some additional language that was included in this particular policy was that in the event that, the district got to a point where it was retaining that 5% reserve, and if we had to go below that for whatever reason, that this district would make every effort to restore that back to a 5% at a rate of 1% per year, provided that it wouldn't negatively result in an impact to student programs. Then we could, reduce that rate lower than 1%. And this was to start in the 22-23 budget year or after the deficit was eliminated. And this is just a timeline of the conversations and the presentations that went on with increasing this reserve. Started back in February of 2020 with several board meetings, informational, lots of discussion, finally leading up to the board adoption on March 4th, 2021. And just some of the benefits that I talked about already, just to protect the district from future fiscal crisis by providing a buffer against future funding reductions, just like we saw in the example, the governor's proposal to reduce this art block grant. You have reserves that are in excess of the minimum required. You could possibly tap into that to kind of mitigate that funding loss until you have time to come up with either additional resources or provide for some other budget adjustments, and not just a slash and burn reaction when we face some reductions. And then just to put into perspective, what does this really mean to the district in terms of the district budget? Right now, our required reserve is 2%. So based on first interim, that was about $15.5 million. And the board adopted reserve of 5% translates to about $39 million. Our monthly operational cash flow, meaning for paying our bills except salaries every month that goes out, is about $56 million. Every month, our average payroll is about $42 million. So just to kind of put it in perspective here. And then the other part of the board policy 3100 was the use of one-time funds. And as the executive summary explained, again, this was just a measure that was put in place by our board just to provide some protection and some fiscal stability to the district, because we had some audits done in the past that there was a trend of using one-time funds for some recurring obligations without, a backup plan for when those one-time funds expired. And as a result of that, the district had some obligations that could not be pulled back quite easily when those one-time funds expired, and that was causing some stresses on the budget. And so the board adopted this part of the policy that says that we have to show and disclose a chart of all of our one-time resources and what the plans are for use of those one-time resources. And if the district is proposing to use one-time funds for ongoing expenses, we need to make sure that we provide a plan for either exiting those one-time expenditures or for substituting with additional funding for those expenditures. And the benefits, of course, are just to protect the district from committing to long-term liabilities without a sustainable plan or exit strategy. And again, this was just informational only because there were some questions that came up about how this came about, the reserve, and so we just wanted to bring it back and just share with the board and allow for questions, of course. So that concludes that presentation.
Thank you so much, Rose. Is there any public comment around this item?
Yes, we have one, Nikki Malevsky.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Directors, Board of Education. Nikki Malevsky from Sacramento City Teachers Association. First, we want to thank Board Member Kayada for raising this important issue at his first board meeting on USD Board. We want to point out that in the executive summary, the staff continues the district's practice of misrepresenting the findings of FIGMAT and the state auditor to justify its questionable practices. The executive summary claims the recommendations of both the FIGMAT report and the state audit report support the district's decision to revise BP, Board Policy 3100, in order to increase the general fund expenditure reserve from a minimum of 2% to the 5% reserve level. Unfortunately, that is just not true. FIGMAT made 60 recommendations to the district. Not one says to increase the minimum reserve fund requirements from 2% to 5%. Similarly, the state auditor also made a number of recommendations to SCUSD. Not one of them says to increase the minimum reserve fund requirement from 2% to 5%. Even more unfortunate, Superintendent Aguilar has a history of misrepresenting the findings of the state auditor. The state auditor called the district's response to her findings misleading, multiple times, and even disingenuous. Several times she pointed out that contrary to the district's assertions, the audit findings did not support the district's claims. Even Rose Ramos said at bargaining, when presented with all of your budget document history, had to admit the district has not had deficits, it has only predicted deficits. So please, cut through the deception. Look at it. You'll see that this issue can be simplified to one question. Is it better to spend the millions and millions of district's revenues on providing services for our students, or is it best to leave that money unspent, millions in our reserve fund unspent on our students? So you are the board members, and you can make that choice.
Thank you, Ms. Molesky. Do we have any other public comment?
There is none.
Okay, seeing there's no other public comment, we will go to my colleagues. And we have here Member Kayada.
I hope you'll forgive me for reading, but I've been waiting 6 months to address this, so made sure I got my thoughts down. As a board, we illustrate our priorities through public discussions like this and the written policies we set. This particular policy has sent a clear signal to staff that planning for a rainy day is one of the board's top priorities, and the staff has acted accordingly. Over the past several years, this focus towards preparing for the worst has had predictable results of underinvestment in our students today. That this board was recently asked to commit additional funds to reserves at a time when our students need additional help more than ever is case in point. I would like to make it very clear to my colleagues, staff, and members of the public that I value fiscal solvency. I am a CPA, after all. I value the input and findings our district has received from FICMAT and the state auditor. If our district does not have enough money to pay its bills, then our best efforts to improve student outcomes will not be possible. We need to remain solvent and adequately prepared for economic downturns. Ultimately, I think that Board Policy 3100 is too harsh a tool for achieving these goals. In creating firm limits on our ability to spend funds as we receive them, we are limiting our ability to identify creative ways to use our revenues to help our children. Our focus has moved away from where it needs to be, which is helping the students we have today and growing our student population in the future by becoming a better school district, by investing in our district. As I mentioned in the previous item, the state of California has taken significant efforts over the past decade to support public education, which include continuing commitments to TK-12 education, even when there's possible economic downturns. I trust the state's judgment about what reserves each school district needs to maintain, which is 2% for our district. Board Policy 3100 seems to ignore these larger improvements to school finances since the condition we were in before. Board Policy 3100 directs staff to operate under the worst doom and gloom scenarios that I do not think are irrelevant today as they were in the past. I want to address some of the comments that I've heard tonight and also a letter we got from SCOE on January 16th. I think that this message is frankly insulting to the professionalism of this board and our ability to work with our well-qualified staff, including you, Ms. Ramos, to appropriately set aggressive budgets consistent with our priorities. I believe that my colleagues and I are united in our commitment to avoiding situations we've had in the past, but we can handle that responsibility. Our problems in the past should not prevent us from making the investments in our students today that we need to make. I believe that this board and district staff can be trusted to address economic uncertainty through our annual budgeting process. I think that we will remain nimble and able to respond each year to changing financial conditions as they occur. That should be an ongoing conversation rather than a fixed board policy. More importantly, our budgeting process should be a lot more transparent. I continue to welcome all the information, like what we heard tonight, about our financial conditions, including risks. Yet the board and the public should be presented with alternatives that allow us to make investments that we believe will pay off in the long term, especially when financial conditions are reasonably stable and predictable. Make no mistake, a large reserve does not benefit our students. We should be fiscally prudent, but we cannot lose that focus on our students. As a district, we're meant to educate students, not save money. My recommendation following this item tonight is that staff will return to this board at the next board meeting with proposals to modify Board Policy 3100 to remove the requirement that reserves beyond the state requirement be maintained, to remove specific percentage reserves that we should maintain, and to remove restrictions on any use of one-time funds. We can handle that through the budgeting process. I've already sent suggested language doing this to the superintendent. There may be years where we choose to build our reserves, and I think there will be, but that should be through the budget process and not through an inflexible policy. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Do we have any other board comment? So we have Tara Jean, and then Member Pritchett, Member Villa. Okay, so we'll go to Member Jean.
Thanks for bringing this to our attention, Member Kayada, and for your words. I appreciate your perspective and what you shared. I already said this previously, but just kind of thinking through your words on the direction the board sets is what staff needs to follow, right? That's a big part of what, we set vision, we set priorities. And ideally, we're representing and reflecting our communities that have elected us, yes? And we've heard at the 3 board meetings I've been at consistently from parents and students and community members, concerns about staffing, concerns about safety, concerns about bus drivers, concerns about so many things that need resources. And when I think about the local control funding formula and how it's based on the students that are in the classrooms today, and how it's based on unduplicated pupils, our students with the most needs, and those monies need to be spent on those kids today, not put in a bank account. And so, yeah, I'm with you that this needs to be a conversation in the budget process, not an inflexible policy.
Okay, thank you, Member Jean. We're going to Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Rhodes. Rose, can you tell me again, of the 5%, how long would that fund take us if we didn't have any budget?
Yeah, 5% is about 39 million, and you can see it's probably just a little under one of our payrolls per month.
One of our payrolls. And if we did the 2%, the recommended 2%,
that's $15.5 million, so that would cover maybe just half or a little under half of payroll per month, 1 month. Yeah, like 40% or so, yeah.
I'm assuming you keep the pulse on other districts. You work with other districts. You talk with other CBOs about what is happening in other districts. Can you tell us a little bit about what other districts are doing at this point in time?
Yeah, we are also seeing some high levels of ending fund balances in other districts, and hopefully we can share some information shortly on that. And a lot of that has to do not only with maybe some districts do have higher reserves adopted, that's pretty common now because 2% or 1% is a little low, but because we did get quite a bit of funding these last couple of years for COVID, to address COVID, and schools were closed. So our unrestricted general fund, we didn't use as much of those funds on operating costs because we were able to use our COVID dollars. So we are seeing some of those higher ending balances in some of our neighboring districts. But again, we have to remember that that's not recurring revenue. That's simply a balance, right? Like any balance in a bank account that you spend it, it's going to dwindle. So, yeah.
All right. I can't help to, something that always comes back to me is, when I first came on this board, meeting number 2, we talked about school closures. Many of you guys were in this room, and every time I see negative budgets or we talk about lowering our reserves, it brings me back to that night. And it makes me wonder, if we had reserves, would we had to close 7 schools that we had? So it just kind of brings me back to that.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. We're going to go to Member Villa.
Okay, so I have a few random, obviously, notes here. So being a part of this board, obviously some of this was adopted before, the process was starting before I joined. And digging in over the last couple of years and figuring out where we were, and I followed this as a parent, and then coming on this side, I had another understanding of how this all works. our education budgets are extremely fluid. It's very tricky to follow, and it has been hard for me to continuously keep up, but that's the work that we do. And I always rely on you and our staff to do that work and present that. And obviously the partners that we work with. Again, the budget for the district has been extremely wild over the past couple of years. Thankfully, we did receive so much funding in COVID, and this past board, very overwhelmed with the ability to do so many things that we've never been able to do ever. I've been in Sacramento. I'm a graduate of, going to Sac. I know how bad our district has been, and to get that kind of large investment, that's the largest in history that this district has ever been able to have in reserves, and being able to count for the long-term goals. And I always go back to, like you had mentioned, Member Pritchett, that's one payroll. That's $14 million difference. That is nothing in the drop of in this district. To remove that, very problematic in my eyes. And I also look at, we're looking at a short-term vision versus a long-term goal in this district. We can't think about what we want to do right now because we've made those investments in our district. We've made staffing investments, school sites. I mean, the things that we've been able to do over the past couple of years, we have made those investments, and they're in everything that we see at all school sites. And I want to go back to one-time funds too. That's something that people don't understand. We made this decision for obviously so many reasons, is again, looking at long-term goals, making sure that we are using these funds and not counting on them for later. Because when you do that, that's problematic. And again, these thoughts are, because it's just challenging for me to bring this back up when we know what we've been through and what we had to make decisions on, and now where we are. But I go back to this statement. In your household, you have a savings account. Do you just spend that because you have it, or do you hold on to it? Because for me, I think you just don't spend it because you have it or release it. That's a reason why it's there for reserves. If we have a roof over our head, we have food in our refrigerator, our families are being served, our staff are being served, we're working. Excuse me, if you would like to come up to the podium, I would love to have that, but I'm going to go ahead and finish.
Member Villa, please only
Yeah.
speak, don't direct to the
I'm just going to go back to, this is our household, these are our savings, and we've worked hard to get there, and we've made horrific cuts in the past. And we have to make sure that for the longevity of this district and for our staff, for our students, that we hold on to this. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Member Villa. We're going to go to Member Singh. Once again, guys, this is an information item. So, Member Singh.
I think I'm just going to speak generally. We have been up here for 4 hours today, and we have talked about all these things we want to do for our students. We have talked about the academic gaps. We have talked about staffing issues. We have talked about everything. We are adults, and I'm pretty sure we can balance the budget. I really do. I don't think that looking at the difference between a 5% and 2% is going to hurt us. If anything, this is allowing us to spend the money that we need to spend today. I'm really concerned about us talking about future savings. I can see the example, but what I see here is more of a business example. I don't see a household example. I think from a household perspective, if I'm not able to give my children clothing, shelter, safety, and other things, I would dip into my funds any day. And I would go there any day. So I think if we're using that example, I see what you're saying. I understand it's a scary place to think we're going to cut down on some of those funds. But the truth is, if we had to dip in and we were down to the point where we can only pay for a month's worth of salary for staff, we're in a bigger situation and a bigger problem where this one little 5% bucket is not going to save us. Someone else is going to have to step in. But I don't think we're there. And I really do want to free up this funding to be able to spend it on our children today and maybe offset some of the other costs that we think are incurring. But overall, we are solvent. I mean, I've heard and I've read all the data, and I just want to, Rose, you're standing here, but we have oftentimes predicted budget deficits. But in reality, how many times in the last 10 years have we actually had a budget deficit? I mean, you can tell me. I actually don't know, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm sure we haven't, but the issue is that we're looking at two different financial statements. Your budget prediction, or we call them our budget projections, they're simply projections based on information we know, and they're always going to be wrong. We know that. School districts all across the country, their projections are going to be wrong. Things change. And we can sit here and explain to you and show you all the data why our budget projections do not end up exactly in the actuals like we projected. So yeah, in these last few years, we have not materialized a deficit when it came to the actuals because we had a lot of money come in for COVID. We didn't tap into our operating budget. And prior to that, there's, other explanations that I can go back. I wasn't here. I can't really speak to those years, but I can speak to the last 3 years and what happened there. But we're not unique in that sense.
I absolutely understand how this is how school budgets work. I understand that we're preparing, we have these percentages, we're like thinking, oh, this is not what we're going to have. And the next thing you know, in my readings, even before you were here, we haven't had actual deficits. So for the most part, when you look at the actuals, right? And I did see a presentation. I looked at the statistics and I looked at where those data points came from when we had a presentation, I think it was 2 weeks ago, that showcased how off our actuals versus our predictions have been when comparing to local districts such as Elk Grove and Twin Rivers. I think it was Twin Rivers. So I guess what I'm saying is I really don't want us as a district to live in fear. We have not actually incurred a deficit. We have oftentimes not been able to spend the money because we're worried that we're not going to be able to provide. But in preparing for 10 years down the line, we have failed the kids on that day. And now 10 years later, those kids could have had services, but we thought we're not going to have money. And that's why we didn't give them certain services. And I just want to see this. This looks like an item where we can come together as a board and actually learn how to budget together. And again, if we're looking at almost not being able to pay a month's worth of salary, even the 5% doesn't cover it. And that's where we've been sitting. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Member Jean.
Are unassigned reserves considered one-time funds?
It's not a recurring. Yeah, it's like your reserve. It's a reserve.
But isn't the unassigned reserve essentially what you have left over between your income and your expenditures?
Well, it includes your beginning balance. So it's not necessarily income that was generated that year, but it's a result of some of that plus your beginning balance. So whatever you had left over from the prior year is included in that.
Is in that as well?
Could be in there, yes.
Treating it like that's automatically all one-time funds does bother me. I don't know if that was an intended implication or not. But it's, I'm kind of flashing to The Office right now, another TV reference, when Michael Scott's trying to figure out how to understand budgets. And so Oscar boils it down to, you have $10 and it takes you $9 to be able to make the lemonade stand. And so you have $1 left over. And if you don't spend it, your company's going to take it back from you. In this case, if we have $1 left over, it goes in unassigned reserve. And then we get a 1%. And next year I get $11. So now I actually have $2 left over, which is now $3 in my savings. Those aren't one-time funds. That's a continual increase. Now, I understand too, when we get to second interim, we're going to look at things like what's our enrollment looking like, how is our ADA doing, which is a huge concern right now. And I know that we're conceivably declining enrollment, and that's drastically going to impact how much money is coming in. I get that those are factors, and thank you for mentioning the confusingness of these budgets. School budgets are a moving target at all times. I understand that too. Unassigned reserves not automatically one-time funds, and I wanted to make sure that was clear. Some of it might be, some of it might not be.
Thank you, Member Dean, and we're going to go to Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just had a question for Member Singh. You had.
Member Singh, you can pose your question.
All right. He had referenced a presentation, and I'm just wondering if that's a presentation that we can view online or.
Oh, no. He was referencing SCTA's presentation that they did, which outlined past years of the district budget, not being in a deficit. You can probably have one of the SCTA leaderships to send that to you, but that's what he was referring to.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, so seeing that my colleagues have no more things here, did anybody else put in? Okay, so I have a couple of things. A lot of questions have been asked. I guess one of my statements is I would like for you guys to come back with options for the board. I think that Member Kayada spoke about balance, right? And how do we balance this fiduciary duty that we have to community to make sure that our district is solvent, but then at the same time making sure that we have adequate services for our students, and that is the balance, right? And so I would like to see options around 3100 and what it might look like, as well as I think the clause in there of use of one-time funds. I think that is a very smart one. So this is just a statement, right? I think that is a very smart one because we've saw before where our district has put money that's one time into ongoing, and it's put us in a very bad situation to where then services that could have been for students end, right? And so those are good I know we'll have more conversations around those things, but I think currently, what we need is options, and options for us as board members to be able to assess and look at, because yes, we do have more funds currently, and I want to be able to make sure that we are balancing our fiduciary obligations as trustees, which is one of our main purposes of the financial solvency of the educational system in Sacramento, in the city of Sacramento. And then also to be able to service our students how we should service them. So with that, I leave it with that, and we look forward to having those options back at a future board. And also, very quickly, I have to extend the meeting. It is past 10:30. And we hope we don't go past 11 o'clock. Can I get a second to extend the meeting? Second to extend the meeting. Hand raised for a vote of yes. Thank you. Okay, and so now we're going to go into, where are we at here? Okay, Communications Superintendent Report, item 10.1. And then I'm going to forego item 10.2, President Report, in honoring of time, so we can move a little bit faster.
Thank you very much, President Rhodes. I'll be very brief as well. I just want to reiterate some of the information that was shared today by you and some of our community members, especially given that February is Black History Month. I, too, want to welcome every one of our parents who want to participate in the Black Parent Involvement Day. As you heard earlier, this day of engagement is organized in partnership with the Black Parallel School Board, and it'll take place on Tuesday, February 21st. Parents interested in participating should register for the training day that will be held on February 16th. We will have links with more information that can be found on our website, and I encourage everyone to access that. On the subject of overall student success, I learned earlier this week, and I'm excited to announce that 3 of our students will be recognized by the Association of California School Administrators at a ceremony in March called ACSA's Every Student Succeeding, which honors students who exceed our expectations and the educators who support them along the way. And the winners of this award are Alfred McDaniel, a 12th grade student from Luther Burbank, Vincent Campos Batad, a 5th grade student from David Lubin, and Zoe Brown, an 8th grade student from Sutter Middle School. We're incredibly proud to highlight these students who have overcome great obstacles to succeed. I also want to just mention and celebrate that on January 20th, and thank you, President Rhodes. He and I had the honor of congratulating another group of students who also overcame challenges and hardships along their way at the winter graduating class from our Charles A. Jones Career and Education Center. For those of you, I know Member Villa and others have attended that graduation, Member Pritchett. These are graduates that are now ready and already are pursuing trades such as manufacturing and welding, medical assistants, nursing assistants, pharmacy technicians, which of course are all important careers that serve others and truly make a difference in our community. I'm proud of the work of our staff, led by Principal Angela Hatter, in empowering members of our community to achieve their career goals. Also want to just recognize there's so many wonderful activities throughout the district that I wish I could attend more, but also just want to celebrate the annual Lunar New Year Parade that took place at Camellia Basic, and Member Villa and I were able to stop by. Of course, we saw a pause in that celebration during COVID, but it was just wonderful to be with families, to ring in the Year of the Rabbit with drumming and lion dancers. So I just want to express happy Lunar New Year to our students, staff, and community. Of course, the new year also means that we are now accepting nominations for Teachers of the Year and our classified champions. Now through March 9th, we invite you to make a nomination on our website and recognize Sac City Unified staff members' hard work. We have many qualified and deserving candidates, of course, in our schools and departments throughout the district, and we're looking forward to celebrating those individuals who go an extra mile to serve our students at a future board meeting. And finally, on the subject of teams and staff, I'd like to thank our board for their input on our presentation at the last meeting regarding our community fair events, particularly on the subject of what HR, Human Resources, is planning to do and did at Father Keith B. Kinney. We're hoping to expand on our ability to reach out to our community this upcoming Saturday, February 21st. I'm sure members Singh will be there at Hiram Johnson. Our community fairs have become an incredible opportunity to show the entire community the positive work we're doing to improve student outcomes and promote career opportunities within the district. I know that there's excitement about expanding those activities and figuring out how to continue to hire individuals from our community to support our families in Sac City Unified. So really hopeful that we will see great turnout at Hiram Johnson as that school continues its transformation. Yesterday was the first day that stadium lights went on that campus, which is really just a celebration for this board and our entire community for really bringing and actualizing an equity agenda there and everywhere else. I know that Luther Burbank has encouraged me, even though I've gone a couple of times, but President Rhodes, we've been invited to see the status of the pool renovation and the lockers that have now been installed there. And on that topic, I just want to remind staff through Al very quickly that yesterday Member Kayada and I were at a SCOE dinner for trustees, and somebody approached us, an alumni from Luther Burbank, like our CAO, Yvonne Wright, who was on the swim team, and it made me think about the importance as we celebrate these big milestones to invite individuals who have graduated, and I think we'll be extraordinarily proud to see some of the renovations that are taking place throughout the school district. So thank you, President Rhodes.
Yes, very excited about all those new updates. Now we're gonna go into oh, you guys don't want to stay, huh? So we're going to go to board statements, and everybody just walked away. No, but that's a joke. So we're going to go to, I'm going to forgo 10.2 and go directly into 10.3. Do we have people in the queue? Perfect. So we're gonna go Member Kayada first.
Great, thanks. So kind of a general comment based on public comment I've been hearing and kind of an expression of myself to the board. So when I campaigned for this position, I shared with a lot of people one of my experiences, which is that I spent several years asking myself, was today the day I'm going to leave the school district because I couldn't get my son the help he needed? I reached out for help. I tried to follow procedures, I was met with resistance, delay, and procedural hurdles. Too many people had been through the same in our district. The district was failing my son, and it's failed many others. The tragedy now is that so many families have come to expect this from our district. I understand that many in our community do not trust this district and board to deliver on our focus of providing a good education to our students. Many do not trust that we will remain focused on the needs of our students who are being left behind. We need to do better. I believe that the election results that put 3 new board members here today was a clear expression by our community that the status quo was not working. I remain committed to delivering on what the voters asked for. I'm committed to changing direction in how we operate. I believe that every board member up here shares in these goals of supporting student success, if not the means to accomplish them. It's my hope that we'll use our positions of power to restore trust in our communities, truly focus on improving student outcomes, and be much more transparent in what we do. I invite members of the community to reach out to me if they think I'm not meeting these standards I just expressed today, and I will do what I can to make the necessary changes.
All right, thank you, Member Kayada. Call us in. Terajin.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring to our attention the community schools that we've heard twice from one of our teachers, Ms. Just. I'm really excited by the vision of community schools and the success of community schools, and I'm not sure how many of us are really familiar with the entire system or structure or the work that's happening at our schools, as well as wanting to maybe put kind of some looking into making sure that we're honoring the funds that are coming our way for community schools. There's a very specific way it has to be done for it to be successful, and you've got to hit those 4 pillars. So I don't know if this is a request for a future agenda item or information item or 2-by, but I would love to learn a lot more about what's happening with community schools and the ways that we can support and grow that program.
Amen. So yes and yes, we will get that item agendized at a future board meeting. One of my things as well. Okay, Member Villa.
Just kind of keep breaking this thing. Yanking it around. Just a few fun facts. West Campus is having a gala on February 25th at the Turd Baron. And so if anybody is available to go, you can reach out to me or to their president to get some tickets.
What's the dress code?
It is actually fancy, Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
So it is a gala.
Okay.
I will be happy to share with you the flyer.
Okay, I love it.
And just touching on a few other positive things, if you go to drive by Elder Creek or drive past Earl Warren, their shade structures are up. And I went to visit both of them last week, and they're almost done. The kids are excited about this. I was talking to the principal, Mr. Frink, and he said they just keep looking out the gate saying, how many more days until we get to go play on that? How many more days? And they have a new track also at Elder Creek. But it's just great seeing those shade structures finally being installed. Kids, they have so many activities, even at, trying to blank right now. Twain, I can't even think. It's a long night. But a lot of them are coming up. And like I said, I'm really excited that these kids finally get to utilize what we implemented a long time ago. And schools are looking great and kids are really happy and staff are excited as well. So just wanted to share some fun, great news.
No, that is amazing. I would love to go check out the shade structures at Elder Creek. I think when I worked there as a gang prevention through targeted outreach doing casework at that school site. And so I would love to go see because it probably has totally changed the environment. And that's very, so.
I also want to tell you too, when they do have everything open, they're going to start having their graduations out on the lawn as well. And I said the same thing. I said, when these gates are down, let me know. I want to be here and let's take a run around the track with those kids. So I'll let everybody know when that's happening.
Thank you for that. Okay, so lastly, do we have anyone else? Okay, if not, lastly, we have Member Singh.
5 minutes. I will.
I thought it was 3.
Oh no, I just said it out loud.
Oh, okay.
I just stated the time. Gosh.
Okay.
Just trying to honor it. Sorry. So I do have a statement. It's kind of long, but I think it's pretty important. So I'm going to go ahead and make it. And I am reading because I may get carried away by my emotions. So I'm going to try to read and hopefully speak directly to the community, even if you're not here. I know folks watch these. So I'll just get into it. So Black History Month commenced yesterday, and the community is mourning the death of yet another young Black man taken from us in the most violent and vicious way. Tyree Nichols was murdered by a system and a structure of power that is emboldened by policies and a culture of immunity. In his final moments of consciousness, he cried out for his mother, seeking safety and comfort from the only person he knew could protect him. A report by Education Next was released last year, which corroborated a long-known correlation. Children who attend schools with high suspension rates are significantly more likely to be arrested and jailed as adults, especially Black and Hispanic boys. Data has long shown that Black and Latinx students experience suspension and expulsion at much higher rates than white students, and that as adults, they're also disproportionately represented in the prison system. Unfortunately, our district strengthens this particular data point, as we have one of the highest suspension rates for Black students. So for the safety of our children, to ensure that they have the best chance at making it to adulthood alive, our number one priority must be to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline. In a recent report, it was found that SAC PD pulls over Black men at a rate 5 times more than white men, amongst many other revelations in the racial disparities faced by communities of color. At some point, our students transition from teenagers to young adults. They become a part of those statistics. Our support can directly affect the changes and the chances of them making it home safely. Malcolm X said that education is an important element in the struggle for human rights. It is the means to help our children and thereby increase self-respect. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. It is my belief that in order to protect our children, we must make them aware of their legal rights when interacting with members of law enforcement. This is the exact type of education that may be the difference between us celebrating student achievement or mourning their loss. So with that, I would like to announce that I'm working with the Sacramento Public Defender's Office to host a Know Your Rights camp. I'll be working with the Black Parallel School Board and plan to include the Sacramento NAACP chapter to ensure additional ideas from the community are incorporated, that best practices are conducted, and this event is successful. This camp will be free and open to all students at Sac City Unified and their families. So it's my intention to host this first camp in Area 2, ideally at Hiram Johnson, and I look to you, Mr. Superintendent, to work with me to ensure that we have clearance to use facilities to make this event successful, to connect me directly with relevant staff members, especially our communications department, so we can widely promote this. And the intention is that this event takes place sometime in the end of February or March. To my fellow board members, I've mentioned to the Public Defender's Office that this is not a vision just for myself, that I envision this to be a series of workshops across the district. It's my hope that you'll help promote this event, but also work with me so that we can have it take place in your respective areas as well. I want to emphasize how these incidents of police brutality continue to leave enormous mental stress on our kids. Putting kids first means to move all conversations necessary to ensure our schools are properly staffed and that we move expeditiously to bring mental health professionals to our schools. There are elementary schools in my area that have mental health professionals on campus 1 to 2 times a week, and some of those schools have none. This is simply not okay. Similarly, I would like us to explore the idea of hiring a full-time DEI officer onto our staff. We are truly dealing with very real full-time problems, and they will not be addressed with part-time solutions. Lastly, I do encourage families and staff to read the Racial and Social Justice Resources link on the district website. The link, go to the website, www.scusd.edu, click on the menu option in the top right. You'll see a column that's labeled Community Support, and under that, you can access the column named Racial and Social Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Singh, and I echo and support having these around all of our district. Once again, I said it earlier today, all my time here as president, one of the things we want to push forward is meaningful community engagement around things that impact them or things that can positively help them. And so we're going to do more of that, and I applaud you for bringing this forward and look forward to working with you and our staff to make that a reality. Okay, going on to item 11.0. Before we go to a consent agenda, I would like to pull Professional Tutors of American contract under 11.1A. from consent and ask that the board receive information about circumstances under which we are required to give notice to our labor partners. And so first, we will vote on consent agenda all except for 11.1. Do I have a second on that?
11.1 what?
11.1A. Do you have a second on that? Okay. So we're going to, and tell me if I'm doing this right. We're going to vote on consent agenda except for 11.1A. All right. So do we need a roll call? Yes? Okay. Roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Pritchett. Aye. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, and so going to 11.1A, what I'm asking is that we have an opportunity to bring this back a later option. I know that we have an obligation to have conversations or inform our labor partners, but I also want our members here to have the opportunity to hear under which we're required to give notice and how that looks and why. Also, I would like to say we really want to have an opportunity to also, in good faith, have a conversation with our labor partners around this, and then also with our board members. So that is my motion, and I'm looking for a second on that.
Second.
Okay, so that's a second, and we're going to do a roll call vote on that. Superintendent?
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Pritchett. Aye. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for that, colleagues. I know that I've belabored that along, and we're into the night, but I do appreciate you guys moving forward with that. Now we're going to 12.0, future...
Second.
Okay. Yes.
I removed my second.
There's a process before we close, guys. Okay, thank you. I know it's late, but let's follow the procedure. Okay. It's when everybody leaves in the space, we get all rowdy. Yeah. Okay. So, future board meeting dates and locations. Do I get a motion to approve? Yes. Okay. Raise your hand if you all approve. Yes. Okay. Now we are going to adjourn. Thank you guys very much. Have a great rest of your night.